Just doing some fishing. I'm gonna go do these clue scrolls and start doing some PVM. Like do some Doom before the boots drop anymore.
Make a big cash splash in Little River's Swim It and Win 'Em giveaway, now to August 30th.
History is full of facts, dates, names, treaties, wars. It is by definition a timeline.
Alrighty. Background TV.
Campus Age 2, politicians voted one way and not the other. These tiny little fractures create pretty worldwide fractures.
You know, we'll do these clue scrolls. I'll start with beginners because those usually use different teleports and other clues, plus the special items, so I don't want to have my inventory just completely full. You'll see what I mean when I finish this in V. Let's make sure we're in a good ping world. 493.
Microsoft could eliminate 36% of its workforce through AI automation. Here's the thing, you can flip that switch
This is looking good. All the way home.
AI revolution. That's why give you free access to their 2-day
Nice 11K Karam bonds. Maxed out easies, mediums. I could have got one of more easy, hard, and elite, but getting elites doing Karam bond fishing's like one in a lot, 1 in 5,000 or more probably. Probably should have only had one based on that much. It's crazy. We have a bunch of clues to do. Let me sell all these Karam bonds. I don't know where I got that from.
This is for you. So mark your calendars this Saturday and Sunday, 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. both days. Sign up now. You get $5,000 worth of bonuses. Okay, including a 3,000 plus prompt Bible, an AI money making roadmap, and your personalized AI toolkit. Links in the description. Comment, grab your seat before it expires, and join their WhatsApp community for updates. Now it's
6.5 mil, nice.
Adolf Hitler, for all this monstrous flaws, had some strengths. He was a fine rabble-rouser.
Beginners first.
But his art, experts, was a bit shit. So let's rewind the clock.
Some more glories.
We're in Vienna. The 17-year-old Adolf Hitler with a head.
Combat bracelets.
He's rejected twice. Now, let's imagine he's accepted. His style and technique improved under the expert tutelage that he finds there. He's not a failed artist living in hostels, eating dry bread, stewing in resentment, and muttering out the cheers. Instead, he's painting cityscapes, maybe struggling, maybe even becoming a success. But most importantly, he had a purpose and meaning. Without rejection, there's no festering obsession with purity, nationalism, or betrayal. No conspiracy theories about Jews undermining society. No fixation on the mythologized journey that's stabbed in the back. What you get is a frustrated artist, and there's always been plenty of those. What you don't get is a dictator. It goes deeper than just one man's ego. Without Hitler, the Nazi party either doesn't form or never gets out of the beer halls.
Alright, then one of those. Mill. Just in case I gotta buy some more stuff. And then here's where I don't use these. Honestly, some of these I probably don't use, but it's all in the free-to-play area. So I'll do like these teleports and home. Then we need our orb and one of each of these items. So it should be those, easy. Anything else I can think of off the bat? No. A laser teleport, yeah, and Draenor. This actually like that. I like that, whatever. Try to keep it kind of organized looking. Should be good. Open, here we go. Oh, and Sensation teleport's another one. Out of those, low probably, 5. Here, 4. Perfect. Yeah, I think this is the closest teleport for right here. It's either that or Varrock. The dig site too, maybe. Wizard's Tower.
First and foremost, obviously, slavery survives. Confederacy was built on preserving slavery, not just economically, but ideologically. It was enshrined in their constitution, so if they win, it doesn't end in 1865. It continues, likely for decades, maybe even longer. So, now we have the United States and the Confederate States, side by side, one industrializing, the other clinging to plantations. Two governments, two currencies, two competing visions of what freedom means, and the constitution that they once shared, all of it on the same continent, glaring at each other across a new border that runs straight through the heart of what used to be one country. Tensions were not just simple, they would absolutely boil. The Confederacy would diplomatically be isolated in a world already starting to lean against slavery. European nations might have recognized this early, but over time support would fade, especially as abolition gained traction. You end up with the American Cold War. What about nukes? About race, territory?
Let me go replace that amulet.
No strong United States means no early rise to global power. The Spanish-American War was attacked, probably a smaller land area, and the US entry into World War I was far less likely. Without that,
Draenor.
What ends differently? No unified America means no major allied force to the balance. Domestically,
Grab some more coffee, be right back. What the hell, dude?
Generations would be born, die in bondage or under legalized segregation, and the civil rights movement might never even start. Economic divergence would also explode. With its factories and finance, the North falls further ahead, while the South, stuck in an agrarian model propped up by forced labor, lags badly. Poverty spreads, class divides deepen, and resentment hardens. Eventually, maybe, there's another war. A second civil war fought decades later with newer weapons leaving deeper scars. Maybe the two Americas just drift further apart, one becoming a symbol of regression, while the other shoulders the weight of being the path that tried. Anyway, if the South wins, America as we know it will never exist. There is no superpower. Century, just a fracture that heals.
And then I like to do Cooking Guild. The Barbarian Village one. It's right next to it.
All rolled into one. Nobody knows exactly how much or even what was lost. Estimates say up to 400,000 scrolls on a huge array of subjects: maths, astronomy, medicine, history, philosophy. Some say Julius Caesar did it, while others blame religious zealots. But either way, that library had
Falador. Oh, I don't know why I opened that last one. I was going to save them all up. I'll save the rest up. Forgot I was doing that. Always fun to open them all up together. It's not like I'm going to save up like hundreds, but a nice little stack of each different tier is nice. Cool. Ta-da. I like how there's teleports for like all these nice spots.
Cross-pollination of ideas chance thousands of years earlier than the Silk Road of course.
Restore my run. And I'll actually use my house and just use the jewelry box. Yeah, most of the jewelry here is all in here. Just it's fast to use it from your inventory, honestly. That's why I do it that way. Sentiston. The nutsack mine.
Let's say the US sticks to conventional invasion. Operation Downfall was the plan, but the Japanese main was heavily fortified. Kamikaze pilots, civilian militias, tunnel systems. This would not be equivalent.
Like a hardcore UIM and then just do fucking beginner clues. Green log beginner clues. Beat all the quests. Free to play. Be a nice fun little thing to do. Charlie, I got something for you, Charlie. Oops, that's G. Champion. Then since this is behind the Wizards Guild, I'll go home. And then get there via ferry ring. DIs. It's right there.
Somebody is going to use it first, and the psychological shock of Hiroshima might have been the only thing that held on his back. The bomb so scared the living hell out of everyone watching.
Yeah, I can hear you. Morning.
I know. Yeah, come on, GG. Every fucking time. Every motherfucking 3 a.m. Kick me out.
Yeah, I know.
Fiji water pulls its tropical rain into a pristine rainforest, then filters through volcanic rock into an ancient artesian aquifer, untouched by man until you drink it. Fiji water.
You're right. It's one battle after another. Leonardo DiCaprio, one battle after another.
Sylvia, those last oil change guys charged a lot for services you didn't need. I'd hate to see you settle for the cheap mani-pedi again.
Silence your oil change anxiety at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, where we never
I'm gonna take
services you don't need.
all of them out.
You can't help but care. And that care can become your career.
Easy, medium. And we'll see if we can do like, if there's ones next to each other, you know what I mean? So it's already Fortis Coliseum, Wilderness. So we're gonna bank this Wilderness one, the hards, because I'm gonna do that after I do these. That's all uneven.
In October 1962, 13 days pushed the world.
Okay, let's Cal fight. Already. Coliseum, okay. Let's go already.
What if the Soviet submarine captain mistook a depth charge for an attack and launched a nuclear torpedo? What if a US sniper shot down at a Cuba and triggered a full-scale retaliation? What if one nervous commander and one fool set it all off? We don't need to imagine Russian clouds from scratch. We already know where the bombs were aimed. Washington, New York, Moscow, Leningrad. Cities would be flattened in minutes. Millions dead before the first radio bulletin even aired. The US would have responded immediately because that was the doctrine. Massive, earth-shaking, planetary altering retaliation. You hit us, we hit you back 10 times harder. Goodbye, large section of humanity. And once it starts, there's no reining it in. NATO bases in Europe would have been targets, as would American allies in Asia. The global map would have met up with fire that quickly destroyed life as we know it. The fast-growing line could have killed upwards of 300 million people. That's being conservative. Radiation, famine, collapse of infrastructure, that is just the warm-up, because next comes nuclear winter, and the global temperatures plummeting while sunlight struggles to reach the surface. Crops fail, economies crash, and society, no, there isn't really a society. Leadership across the world is decimated.
Yeah.
How's that poison ivy doing? Is it getting better or worse? How's your feet?
It's getting better. Swelling's going down.
You might be able to raise the land in the supermarket. If you're not, and you're staring out over a landscape that looks eerily like Mad Max, then you'd better have your wits about you. Power grids would fail, while the internet would never existed because the infrastructure was never built. The Cold War wouldn't have ended in 1991 because, well, everything would have ended in 1962. March the 15th, 44 BC, the Ides of March. Julius Caesar walks into the Senate expecting to speak, but he's carried out dead with 23 stab wounds. What if Brutus had hesitated? What if the daggers had sheathed? First,
Another wilderness one.
Caesar was already dictator for life, and despite the optics, he was slowly nudging Rome toward monarchy. He'd been stacking the Senate with royalist, sidelining traditional power, and hinting more loudly with each statute that maybe Rome needed a king again. Of course, that king will be him. If it lived, it almost certainly have made it official. Not with a crown on the steps of the Capitol, maybe, but functionally, oh yes. Rome shifts from a republic to autocracy after his rule, not after his death, on our timeline. And it's not like the Senate would have done much to stop him. By that point, most senators had either been bought, bullied, or were too scared to push back. The assassination wasn't a stand for democracy, it was a desperate Hail Mary. And if it never happens, Caesar finishes the job. What follows is a smoother transition into an empire. No power vacuum, no civil war between Mark Antony and Octavian, no bloody purges to clean up loose ends. Caesar consolidates, centralizes, and continues to style himself as the solution to Rome's chaos. That also means a longer Pax Romana, peace under Caesar's sandal. His military reforms were already well underway while the structural districts were accelerating. He wasn't just a conqueror, he was a planner, a ruler, and a machine. So imagine another 10, 15, 20 years, the map of Europe starts to look a lot more Roman. Caesar had unfinished
Casket.
If it pulled it off, Rome might have extended Caesar's work beyond. That would have changed the
Oh, nice. A reference to Gladiator.
centuries ahead of schedule. It's a darker twist to it. While Caesar might have stayed
Where is it?
power in the short term, he also
Inside.
to a dynastic monarchy right then and there, ending any chance of republican rule. And given his ambitions, it's fair to wonder whether his unchecked rule would eventually turn tyrannical.
Okay, gotta unlock it.
Now it's June 28th, 1914. A car takes a wrong turn in Sarajevo, and that mistake, the bullet that followed, would end up killing more than 20 million people. What if that car had kept going? What if Gavrilo Princip never pulled the trigger? The man in the backseat, Franz Ferdinand, heir to the Austro-Hungarian throne.
Beautiful place.
World War I, which redrew maps, collapsed empires, and changed the course of the 20th
I
century.
don't want to make like a
What happens next looks
Varlamore locked Iron Man. That'd be fun. Bare minimum to get the unlocks for the place, and if I have to go out of my way for like quest requirements for the quest here, I'll do that. But I'll never keep like any rewards from said out of Fortis Coliseum content, you know. Be kind of fun. I just made an Iron Man, it's only been wood cutting and stuff, but I could probably just bring it over there. Not worried about wood cutting not there for it to ruin the account. Let me go home, get my run back. This is our
Now, where it gets really interesting is with the Kaiser juggernaut interest in Germany. Without dragging it into war, Germany might have continued its rise as an industrial powerhouse with the Kaiser unchecked. No Sarajevo bullets, no trench war, no Western Front, no 2 million deaths, and no Versailles Treaty to poison the well. That last one is massively significant. If the Germans hadn't been forced to bend over the proverbial barrel at Versailles, there would have been no economic collapse, no simmering resentment, no fertile ground of generational
back to Varrock.
to exploit. Without World War I, there isn't.
Drizzle, so back home. Let me hit this Varrock one first. That's quick to get to, and yeah, I'll bank what I have to bank for the wilderness ones. I don't mind losing some stuff, but nothing worth a lot or is a pain in the butt to get back. I think almost all untradables you can get back from Purdue. Hopefully, like Ectophile and stuff like that. I've stocked up on these. Sinclair Mansion. I'll do the medium first. That's closer to get to. I don't know. Canis.
Napoleon Bonaparte faces the British and Prussians at Waterloo. Rain-soaked fields, miscommunications, and a relentless Allied assault seal his fate. What if it hadn't? What if Grouchy had arrived in time? What if Napoleon had broken the British line and forced Wellington into retreat? Well, first,
Paterdamus.
The Prussians scatter. Suddenly, Europe looks very different, and Napoleon's final gamble pays off. Instead of exile to St. Helena, he marches back to Paris, a victorious emperor once again. Pomp, arrogance, and near invincibility. France, really years of war and revolution, which will end on a quick
AIQ.
It's a symbol of stability. His return.
And from this fairy ring, I can go to Sinclair Mansion. Nope, I'll teleport. Again, that knows me that far away. I'll be right back.
Spain, exhausted and unstable, becomes a satellite puppet. Britain, despite its naval dominance, loses its position as the uncontested leader of the 19th century world order. Napoleon's economic and legal systems, especially the Napoleonic Code, will spread further and faster. Europe might have adopted uniform civil laws much earlier, but feudal remnants in Eastern Europe would have been swept away under pressure from a resurgent, centralized France. France's power kept Europe in uneasy peace for decades. Gone, and with it, any semblance of British-led liberal capitalism shaping the continent. Colonial, France might regain some footing, with Britain reeling in distracted French ambitions in North Africa and the Caribbean would reignite. That would slow down the British Empire's explosive expansion and change the imperial race across Africa and Asia. But it comes with a cost. A longer Napoleonic reign almost certainly leads to further wars. Peace with Britain would be temporary, and tensions with Russia were never truly settled. It's difficult to say how it all ends. Napoleon was never going to retire quietly to a vineyard in the south of France, mellow afternoons wandering among the vines, bread and cheese for lunch, and a quaint wooden table under a tree. It's just not Napoleon, is it? More likely, his megalomaniac Mr. Hyde re-emerges, and eventually he stretches France too thin again. Maybe he dies in battle, perhaps he's put to death. When he does die, 5, 10, or 15 years later, the succession problem hits hard. There's no clear heir with his charisma or military genius. France, once again, could splinter under the weight of its own ambitions. But by then, Europe's political landscape would have already been permanently rewritten.
Yeah. That's something.
November the 22nd, 1963.
Had a scene where they're drinking Jack Daniels on the movie, and I was like thinking about it, I want to drink. Usually that would have made me be like, man, I wish I had a fucking pint, but I didn't.
Kennedy had already started questioning the US government, and while he hadn't formally announced a withdrawal, there were signals. Advisors were being reassessed, strategies debated behind closed doors, and there's every reason to think that America's nightmare in the jungle never happens. Surviving Dallas also means he finishes his term and likely wins a second, and assassination survival tends to give you a healthy bump in the ratings. And with that, a chance to slowly pull the US out before the quagmire swallows half a generation. Without Vietnam defining the decade, the 1960s take a different path. No draft protests on college campuses, no Kent State, no endless rows of body bags. The counterculture movement might still emerge, but it's less angry, it's less fractured. Civil rights become battlegrounds much earlier, instead of being overshadowed by a war. And on that front, Kennedy's survival brings both clarity and risk. He'd been cautious on civil rights, publicly supportive, but hesitant to provoke the Southern Democrats too aggressively. In the second term, though, things shift. JFK goes without the need to run again. He has the political space to act and perhaps pushes through much stronger legislation. Even the Civil Rights Act of 1964 becomes his legacy. That also changes the South's political realignment. If Kennedy were the one signing civil rights into law, the backlash would hit the Democratic Party harder and faster, possibly accelerating the conservative shift that would later define Nixon's Southern strategy. Internationally, Kennedy stared Khrushchev down in Cuba and walked away with the win, but only by the skin of his gleaming Massachusetts teeth. He wasn't interested in nuclear brinkmanship again, so maybe it was earlier to taunt, fewer proxy conflicts, and a slower arms race. Or maybe the pressure cooker shifts to another continent altogether. Either way, he's more cautious than his successors. There's also space for moonshot politics, quite literally. The Apollo program was JFK's baby, and he defiantly proclaimed that Americans would go to the moon by the end of the 60s. With him alive and driving it forward, the space race might stretch further. Mars doesn't stay a dream, it becomes a long-term objective with public support shored up by a charismatic president who still believes in big, expensive visions. Culturally, in practice, no Zarathustra, no conspiracy theories, no 60-year-long debate about grassy knolls and magic bullets. Trust in government doesn't fracture quite so early, and the national psyche doesn't take the hit that never quite healed. But on the flip side, Kennedy wasn't perfect. He had enemies, scandals waiting to explode, and a private life that could have derailed a presidency in an age before 24-hour news. Surviving the bullet doesn't guarantee he escapes the storm, but at least it's a political storm, not a national trauma. Imagine it's 1974, not 1984, and the internet is already here. Not just military research prototypes, like ARPANET, the ancestor of modern internet, but functional home connections, early search engines, email, and even primitive forums 10 years ahead of schedule. It doesn't sound like much on paper, but it shifts everything. Let's start with the Cold War. Earlier digital communication means faster intelligence gathering and analysis. Governments could monitor satellite data, logistics, and troop movements in near real time, which might sound like stability, but it also increases the risk of escalation. One misunderstood message, one technical glitch, you've got two nuclear powers reaching for that big red button that reads annihilation.
Sorry, buddy.
Before you understand what's really going on. If the internet arrives in the mid-1970s, it doesn't land during a tech boom. It hits during the tail end of Vietnam, the Watergate fallout, and rising distrust in institutions. That means the first online communities not sharing memes, they're dissecting corruption, organizing protests, and spreading radical ideas. The internet becomes political from the very beginning. Music changes too. Bands like Led Zeppelin or Pink Floyd could have live streamed their shows. Record labels would have lost control earlier, and punk, which was already anti-establishment, might have gone digital instead and made millions. Instead of vinyl and tape trades, you've got early file sharing, and that completely changes how music spreads and how fast. The media landscape fractures decades ahead of when it actually did, with newspapers and TV not getting a chance to dominate the late 20th century. Instead, niche websites and forums start forming in the 1980s, setting the stage for disinformation wars long before anyone was ready for them. The gatekeepers lose their grip faster, and less time to adapt. Commerce is an entirely new ballgame. Amazon-level disruption hits in the mid-80s, not the mid-90s, which means brick-and-mortar retail starts dying off before it ever dominates suburban life. Credit cards and bank networks get pushed online fast, while shopping malls as cultural icons barely take root. Remote work doesn't start in 2020, it begins in 1990. Office towers get built with empty floors, or not at all. Maybe the skyscrapers of many of the biggest cities in the world, but very different. Commuting patterns change, and cities develop differently. Education shifts, universities offer digital resources decades before they did in our timeline. Now, so far, not so bad, but there's a sting in this what if. Speak to scientists, doctors, researchers, teachers, and they'll tell you that the tidal wave of technology has brought with it an even larger tsunami of mental and physical conditions. Depression, stress, anxiety, and suicide have all surged, especially with the introduction of smartphones. So if you move everything forward a couple of decades, these issues would likely have hit in the 1980s or 1990s instead of the mid-2010s.
Good morning. What time is it? I don't remember this code speak. I need to find my daughter. Kisses at the end of the line. Not for you.
Leonardo DiCaprio. One battle after another. Rated R, September 26th.
I'm your favorite baby bell.
Disney's Lilo and Stitch. See the all-new movie. Rated PG.
I really did avoid mirrors, and now I see a mirror and I'm like, hello, gorgeous.
You're going to realize it one day. That happiness was always about the discovery. The listening to your heart and following it. Wherever it chose to go.
Titleist is always looking for ways to help you shoot lower scores and enjoy the game more. And here's another. AIM. Alignment Integrated Marking. AIM technology is engineered for performance to help you be more precise. You can choose your favorite AIM design, including the Tour-inspired AIM Performance, AIM Enhanced, and AIM 360, featuring a distinctive 360-degree three-line alignment. More precision, more confidence. Commit to your line and let Titleist AIM help you make more.
Mid-14th century Europe, a ship docks, a rat scurries down a rope, and within weeks, entire towns are coughing blood and dying in the streets. Over a third of Europe's population eventually died during the world's deadliest pandemic. But what if that ship never sailed? What if the Black Death never happened? Well, first of all, the numbers. No plague means 25 to 50 million Europeans stay alive, and that changes everything. Economies don't collapse, entire villages aren't abandoned, and labor doesn't suddenly become the most valued commodity in Europe. Feudalism, which was already cracking, doesn't get its death blow, and the serfs stay tied to the land. Wages don't spike, mobility stays frozen. And the middle class is delayed, possibly, by centuries. The aristocracy keeps its grip tighter and longer, while landowners never get desperate enough to negotiate. They don't need to. Their workers never vanish, so there's no leverage to force reforms and revolts, like the Peasants' Revolt of 1381 in England, which might never happen. Or if it does, it'll fail without the population imbalance to back them up. Urbanization slows down, and with no urgent need to restructure rural life, cities don't grow as fast, and the mercantile class, early business elite, which is much later. That delays capitalism, which delays trade empires, which delays colonial expansion, which in turn affects the lives of millions around the world. With fewer deaths, there's less incentive to innovate. The desperation that pushed people to challenge authority, religious, political, scientific, just never gets that jump start. The Renaissance might still happen, but it's slower burn. Art, science, and humanism all lose the urge that comes from confronting mass mortality. Even the church stays strong.
Right.
The plague shattered institutions when prayers failed to stop the dying. There are only so many thoughts and prayers a person can give when their entire family has been cast off to one of the many mass plague graves being dug. No plague, church authorities unshaken, which delays the Reformation. Martin Luther was still get annoyed by indulgences, but his complaints carried less weight.
I got it.
The clergy didn't abandon during its worst crisis. Globally, the Ottoman Empire rises into a crowded, not depleted Europe, while the Mongol expansion into Europe faces stiff resistance. In China, which also took a major hit from the plague, might retain its edge in exploration and innovation. Zheng Yi doesn't get recalled. Treasure gates keep sailing, which we'll come back to shortly. And suddenly it's not Columbus who bumps into the Americas, it's someone under a dragon flag. The modern world was really built on the ashes of the Black Death. Take away those ashes and everything else builds more slowly. Population surge, but power stays locked in the hands of kings and priests. Society survives, but it stagnates. In our timeline, rats changed the course of history, but without it, it's easier. But perhaps ironically, it doesn't develop nearly as fast.
Yeah, I was here yesterday. Were you up?
I saw him for a little bit.
June 323 BC in Babylon. Alexander the Great, undefeated in battle, dies suddenly at just 32. Malaria, poisoning, typhoid. Historians still argue about which one.
Going down at all?
What if he had?
Yeah, saw
What if
him
he
going
lived another
down.
10, 20 years? Alexander was the ultimate big daddy in his age. He already controlled an empire that stretched from Greece to India, unprecedented in scale, stitched together by war, diplomacy, and just raw charisma. But it wasn't stable. No clear air, no blueprint for secession, and a leadership circle full of ambitious generals meant that it broke apart instantly without him.
Yeah, Mark, you
With
got
him,
no insurance,
first
no
thing to
more.
do is fragmentation. There's no power vacuum. The empire holds firm. Alexander has plans,
Why?
massive
What
infrastructure
happened?
projects,
You know, Phyllis
even military
Report
campaigns
notice
deeper
renewal.
into Arabia. His rule
Yeah, just
wasn't about
every year.
maintaining borders, but pushing them out. With a few more decades, the empire might have reached the Atlantic in the west and China in the east. Trade routes would have connected the Mediterranean, Persia, India, and maybe even parts of Southeast Asia centuries before the Silk Road.
Oh, I got a viewer.
Hellenistic culture already spreading like wildfire becomes the dominant threat binding east and west. Greek becomes not just a historical language, but a global one. Maybe right now, in that timeline, I'm talking to you in Greek, because obviously I wouldn't exist. Now culturally, this fusion reshapes philosophy, religion, architecture, just about everything. You don't just get Greek statues in Afghanistan or Indian elephants in Macedonian mosaics, you get a shared intellectual ecosystem. Aristotle's logic and Indian metaphysics occupying the same space. Could have been a wild and fascinating East-West collaboration where science and maths progresses faster. Alexandria doesn't just build a library, it becomes the capital of an intellectual knowledge empire. Politically, Alexander would have to govern, not just conquer. That means codifying laws, balancing regional powers, and integrating local elites. His attempt at a unifying class, marrying his officers' Persian nobles and adopting Eastern customs, was controversially calculated. Given time, it might have solidified into a multi-ethnic ruling system unique in the ancient world. And militarily, he would have faced new challenges. Rome was still a rising republic. If Alexander turned west, he meets them head-on. And what a matchup that could have been. But honestly, Alexander steamrolls Rome and goes straight into the Italian peninsula. The Roman Empire. That in itself changes everything about the modern world. Religion shifts too. No fragmentation means no later cultural gaps for Christianity or Islam to rise into. Paganism lasts longer or morphs, absorbing Eastern mysticism, Zoroastrian dualism, even cosmology into something universal. Of course, Alexander's not immortal, thankfully, for an extra decade. He dies eventually, and when he does, the succession still matters. But if he has the time to build institutions, set up a dynasty, and transition from warlord to emperor, the fallout looks very different. April 14th, 1912. It's a calm, clear night in the North Atlantic. The unsinkable, luxurious, and outrageously overconfident RMS Titanic steams ahead at full speed. Those in first class toast another glass of champagne. ships, third-class cabins, dream of a better life in the United States. But what if the iceberg hits? Or rather, what if the Titanic veers left just in time? Firstly, of course, nobody dies. Over 1,500 passengers and crew live to tell the tale. Some, like John Jacob Astor or Isidor Straus, go on to influence finance and politics. Others fade into history, but their survival means more than just saved lives. It means the Titanic becomes a living legend, not a maritime grave. The ship completes its maiden voyage, docking in New York to a media frenzy. Fireworks dictate the whole shebang. The White Star Line, already a powerhouse, becomes a global brand, and Titanic's success validates the arms race in luxury liners. Bigger, faster, flashier. The focus remains on prestige, not safety. Without the disaster, no one sees the cracks in the system. Because the thing is that while it would have saved lives, it would also have meant that lifeboat regulations, 24-hour radio monitoring, and better ice patrols were not introduced as they were after the tragedy. Without the iceberg, none of that happens. The same weak safety standards remain in place for years, maybe decades, and it's entirely likely that another ship, maybe in another ocean on another night, experiences a similar disaster, perhaps an even worse one. Public trust engineering also stays dangerously inflated. The Titanic was the peak of Edwardian ambition, an era convinced that it could conquer nature through sheer scale. The Titanic walks into New York and basks in self-congratulations and pomp. That arrogance gets reinforced. The world doubles down on excess. Corners get cut. Disaster just gets delayed. There's also a massive cultural shift. The sinking marked the end of a kind of innocence and shattered the myth that progress was unstoppable. It was a time of extraordinary vision. That was built on a rickety assumption that nothing could go wrong. Yes, there had been disasters, but the Titanic tragedy was a sucker punch to inflated egos and industrial revolution arrogance. Four planes, 19 hijackers, nearly 3,000 dead. September the 11th, 2001. This was the day where history was split into a before and after. But what if it hadn't happened? What if the plot had uncovered the planes grounded and the towers left standing? Let's say, or one of the FBI field agents who were already raising red flags gets taken seriously. The flight is now a painfully obvious oversight gets investigated and the hijackers are arrested. The Twin Towers remain a fixture of the New York skyline. In the immediate term, the US avoids the trauma. Burning towers, no collapse, no smoke-covered streets, and no frantic last calls. Psychological wound that defined it never opens. Without that trauma, the entire 9/11 security statement materializes. There's no Patriot Act, no TSA pat-downs, no mass surveillance programs exposed by Snowden. The Department of Homeland Security probably never forms. Airport security remains, by today's standards, laughable. Internationally, the absence of 9/11 reshapes US foreign policy. There's no war in Afghanistan and no invasion of Iraq, no 20-year military quagmire. Osama bin Laden stays main file, not public enemy number one. The US doesn't sink trillions into counterinsurgency and thousands of soldiers who don't come home. Iraq, without a US invasion, avoids being ripped open. Saddam Hussein remains in power, a brutal dictator, yes, but not one whose fall creates a vacuum for ISIS to rise. The Middle East plays messy, but it doesn't ignite into the chaos that defined the 2010s. Refugee crisis, radicalization, drone warfare, these might still exist, but at a fraction of the scale. Domestically, the political landscape shifts. George W. Bush doesn't get the wartime president boost, which may change in 2004 election. Maybe John Kerry will. Maybe the US even the financial crisis when it hits in 2008. But the danger isn't in
Hello.
Let's give up the stories. Just go home and tend to the flocks and sell our fields. Al-Qaeda may still try again. Different targets, different tactics. Who knows? Maybe something even worse. And without the wake-up call of 9/11, the US might be slower to react next time. Less uniform, less prepared. The first strike might land elsewhere.
Cougar located east 30. Yeah. I just put it on mix. So just go, he's got like 1,000 videos. Learn something new. Alright.
King's death cemented that fracture. But if it didn't, it might have held the line, bridging the gap between some more radical voices. less on race alone, more on economic justice. His Poor People's Campaign aimed to unite Americans across racial lines around poverty and equality and workers' rights. That agenda is more than civil rights demands. So if he lives, that campaign gains traction and terrifies both the establishment and parts of the white working class. King also turned sharply against the Vietnam War.
South of Fruit Tree.
The greatest purveyor of violence
Home Village. Oh, yeah.
Likely wouldn't have run for office, but candidates would have sought his blessing. Civil rights legislation after 1968 might have been stronger, while the pushback against busing, housing desegregation, and voting rights rollbacks might have been weaker because King was still there, pressing on the front. The backlash to this, the FBI was already watching, and surviving an assassination attempt wouldn't have made them back off, it would have made them more aggressive. COINTELPRO would have doubled down. The government feared King not because of what he said, but because of what he might unify. The 1970s play out very differently. Watergate still happens, the economy still stalls, but maybe the black political landscape shifts. You get more mayors, more governors, more members of Congress in Australia. Jesse Jackson doesn't just run in the 1980s.
Another spirit tree.
In short, he is somebody that we should have done with much longer than 39 years he was alive.
At Granger, we're for the ones who pay attention to every little detail. The ones who fuss, tinker, and sweat the small stuff. Because you know the tiniest thing can make the biggest difference.
Alright, wilderness step time.
We get it. We're the same way.
You okay?
What's up? Alright. Love ya.
On July the 20th, 1969, Armstrong stepped onto the lunar surface and the United States declared...
I don't know if I lose all my... Saw somebody kind of did some kind of weird lore where they took all their teleports from their master's scroll book. Something like they had, I don't know what they did. They had a master's book on them, died, then killed them, or something weird. But I don't feel like losing those. Bring these out. Let's bandit camp. Oh yeah, I'm gonna need some burning amulets. Alright, we'll do the bandit camp first.
Domestically, it could shake the American psyche. 1969 was already a volatile year. The Vietnam, civil rights protests, and political assassinations were still fresh. Losing the moon would have felt like losing the century, and it would have hardened divisions, accelerated paranoia, and possibly pushed the US government into even riskier Cold War behavior to reclaim the narrative. But for the Soviets, the win wouldn't come at that cost. Their space
Another wilderness one. That's funny.
Shortcuts. So, yes, it were in the early years of the space race, but this was not a program just to go deep. The moon landing might have stretched too far too fast, and who knows what disaster might have arrived as a result. Dead cosmonauts on the moon might have erased the glory instantly. But assuming all goes right, the successful Soviet moon mission likely prolonged the space race. The US wouldn't know it. It had grit its teeth and doubled down. Mars might become the next target early.
Should have brought a stam, but I might be fine.
The last emperor in the West is forced off his throne and with him an empire crumbles. What followed into the collapse is a complete system crash. What if Rome held on, adjusted its arm, and gave those past people survived some mighty hiding and kept on marching? The Dark Ages wouldn't just dim, they might not exist at all. The roads stay paved, the aqueducts keep flowing, and trade continues without a thousand-year detour. Cities remain full, gutted, books stay in libraries, not buried in monasteries. Knowledge doesn't just survive, it evolves. Christianity still rises, but its shape is different. Instead of rival popes battling over scraps of influence, the church answers to a state that never went away. Doctrine is filtered through bureaucracy, not backroom councils, and faith becomes streamlined. There's fewer camps.
We'll go restore our run and then go to the resource area with I don't know what my destination is. Just 13.
Instead, it stays stitched together. France, Germany, and Britain remain Roman provinces and end up reabsorbed or reshaped under a single imperial standard. The idea of a nation never fully blooms because the empire never makes room for it. Global expansion changes completely. Instead of free ships drifting west under Spanish flags, Roman fleets cross the Atlantic with engineers, road blueprints, and bureaucrats in tow. Colonization comes with census takers and infrastructure plans, not just flags, muskets, and disease. Slavery, entrenched in Roman life, probably endures longer than we'd like to admit. But machines don't argue, unionize, or get tired, and once industrial power starts paying off, slavery shifts from standard practice. Dead weight. Rome doesn't ban it out of morality, they ban it because it's just bad for business. Of course, no empire lasts forever. If Rome survives, it changes shape. Maybe it leans democratically. Maybe East and West don't merge with shadow rocks for centuries, two halves of the same legacy, trying to out-civilize each other. Or perhaps that's the Cold War. Either way, decline doesn't vanish, it just transforms. Early 1400s, towering ships some longer than football fields cut across the ocean. Sails stretched wide. Admiral Zheng He leads China's armada from port to port, trading silk and porcelain for spices and exotic animals.
I really wanted to attack them, but it's not. It's not like I have really anything more expensive than just my blowpipe anyway. Barrows? How will I ever get to barrows? Did I set it for this yet? I just did that on the Iron Man. Oh, there it is.
Americas might still get thousands, but by Chinese sales, not factions, they bring maps, translators, and treatment. Maybe there is still blood, also less. Cultural collision happens sooner, with more voices in the room. Perhaps it's not a case of Amsterdam, New York, maybe it's New Shanghai. Back home, China keeps building. Bigger ships, better shops, stronger institutions, and the naval power doesn't fade, it becomes policy. And with trade booming, reform doesn't stall. Mechanization kicks off in Asia, not Manchester, and industrialization begins with the Trotsky and Poland. Meanwhile, Europe stays in second gear. The Renaissance still comes, and it's shaped by Chinese influence, not Benjamin texts passed through Arabic movement. The scientific revolution begins not as a rediscovery, but as a
Have some chili dogs here in a little bit. 3:30 in the morning, chili dogs. I cannot beat that.
So why did it stop? Well, short and sweet answer. Here, a political background, of course, so obsessed with control it saw the horizons of threat. It didn't just burn ships, it torched momentum. And where there's a chance to steer the future. If they hadn't, the center of cultural gravity wouldn't have driven this. It would have stayed Dragon Banner's fury, planted firmly in the east. November the 9th,
Blur.
and suddenly East Berlin checkpoints, cheering, guard, finding royal corners. This is interesting. This shows how earth-altering consequences can hinge on the words of a single person. Gunther Schabowski, a member of the East German government, made a misstatement at a press conference regarding new travel regulations. He claims that the border crossings were open when in fact they weren't. Given that hundreds of thousands poured the wall and history changed. But what if that moment came? What if the tired and flustered Gunther Schabowski hadn't been put in front of the microphone? What if the wall stayed up? Let's start with Germany. No reunification means East Germany, the so-called German Democratic Republic, remains a Soviet satellite. It's stuck in concrete shortages and bad hairstyles. West Germany keeps humming, capitalist powerhouse with Adidas and autobahns, while the East stagnates. Families stay split, cultures divide further, and Berlin remains two cities, one glossy, one grey. This buys the Soviet Union some time. Not much, but enough to drag things out. Without the symbolic kick to the testicles that was used in East Germany, Gorbachev keeps spinning plates. The economy is still tanking, the systems still cracked, but maybe the collapse crawls instead of crashing. The USSR lived since the 1990s, maybe even past epic drinker-come president Boris Yeltsin. Eastern Europe stalls too. Poland, Hungary, Czechoslovakia. They were all ready to jump. Berlin's reach was the signal. Without it, regimes begin. Protests fizzle, get crushed. The dominoes don't fall, just wobble a bit. Liberal democracy stays a theory. Dictatorships get through years. Some get decades. Katie changes course. Reunification means no expansion. The Baltics remain firmly in Moscow's orbit, and Ukraine is caught in limbo. Russia feels less encircled, but also less constrained. Tension doesn't vanish, it just simmers beneath the Cold War frostbite. The European Union doesn't evolve in the same way. There's no economic breeding from integrating East Germany, no unified Germany leading from the front. The Eurozone's weaker, and integration is slower. Europe remains fractured, market, not a bloc. In the US, the Cold War doesn't end with applause. It drags on. The military-industrial complex stays flush. Politicians keep cumbersome.
Wilderness one again.
Budget lines for tanks and spy planes don't shrink, they get rebranded. Culturally, the war's shadow stays long. That post-Cold War glow will breathe new sense into history. We're wrapped up in will go into the happening thereafter. It materializes. There's no democratic victory now, just an old grudge wearing a new suit. Eventually, it's still fall. I'm not sure survives forever, but maybe it doesn't fall in peace. Maybe it falls in smoke.
Run, Edgeville.
June 1942, the Pacific is vast, with waters turned on the dot, and West Midway Island barely a speck of land. 4 Japanese carriers steamed toward, confident, fast, and sharp. They want to finish what they started at Pearl Harbor, but instead they're ambushed. Japan never really recovers. But what if they won? Well, this time there's no trap, there's no flames, no shocked admirals staring at smoke belching from Japanese carriers. Instead, it's the Americans, blindsided. He walked out Enterprise and thought it'd go under. Midway falls, and suddenly, Hawaii doesn't feel untouchable, it feels vulnerable. With US being scattered, Japan seizes its moment. They grip tighter on the Philippines, push deeper into the South Pacific, and maybe even glance toward Australia. American supply lines stretch too far and they start snapping. There's no grand comeback in 1943, only damage control and desperate defense. Back in Washington, Roosevelt watches blue turn. After Pearl Harbor, Americans wanted payback, but the loss of Midway stings, and isolationism begin to speak louder. The draft expands. Factories still roar, but there's tension. A war machine running hot. A nation haunted by doubt. Midway seems to boost the Americans desperately needed. If you take that away, things become really quite desperate. Meanwhile, the Manhattan Project moves faster. The bomb was already urgent, but now it's really urgent. Every week, the war drags on, adding pressure to finish it. Hiroshima might not be the target, it could be Tokyo, or whatever city is closest when the call comes. And the shockwaves definitely don't stop at the Pacific. The Soviets still march through Manchuria, but with the US off balance, they grab more ground.
What are you doing, dude?
occupation that follows isn't a blueprint for peace, it's a vicious period of reprisal.
Poke.
Payback. Even decades later, Japan pays off. America doesn't rise quite so high, quite so fast. Japan still loses. They carve out more space on the way down. The US still wins eventually, just not on its own terms. Midway wasn't just a battle, it was a hinge. And if it had swung the other way, the Pacific would have become longer, uglier, and far
What
less.
am I doing something wrong? Okay. I broke it. I broke it.
At its peak, the British Empire stretched across a quarter of the globe and ruled 1 in 5 people. It wasn't just power, it was prestige, flags in every time zone, tea, and
The hell?
beige food. But by the mid-20th century, cracks spread, gaping cracks that no amount of the stiff upper lip could mask. Uprisings flared, independence movements surged, and bit by little bit, the empire just crumbled. But what if it didn't? What if Britain holds on through force, finesse, or just sheer refusal to change?
Here you go. That was weird.
Kenya, Nigeria, Jamaica, they all stayed tethered to the crown. First, come the consequences. Leaders like Gandhi don't get home, they get free. Reforms installed, then and resistance is crushed before it gathers steam. Once poised for post-war recovery, Britain doubles down on rule by rifle. But suppression breeds blowback, peaceful protest dies, and guerrilla war spreads from Calcutta to Kingston. Armed resistance grows and the empire bleeds money and soldiers. At home, the NHS withers and the welfare state sags. Britain keeps its empire, but it can't afford the empire. Globally, the Cold War reroutes.
Whoops. Didn't mean to do that.
Every time Britain talks of freedom,
Damn it.
Moscow shows a colony in chains. NATO frays, morale fractures, the West looks at the Some Britain immigration stops early, subject to the cities like London change fast. Cultural reasons, social backlash, race riots spark in the 50s, anti-immigration policies rise decades ahead of schedule. Culturally, identity hardens. Britain does not evolve past the empire. It moves desperately to it like a ravenous dog. Schoolbooks praise conquest and questioning the narrative becomes unpatriotic.
I didn't put my stuff back.
Resources are flowing, but resistance drains progress. Big paper, yeah, but somewhat weaker before. It's a clear middle like that. It's so big. Yet, international law turns cold. UN condemns, allies drill, trade partners look elsewhere. Britain becomes the relic, powerful in memory, marginal in practice. That sounds familiar. Allies to alluring, but mostly it itself. And when the empire finally falls, it's not gentle. There's no ceremonies, no neat handovers. It collapses in fire and fury, not out of generosity, but out of exhaustion.
Alright, well, hopefully I get a step in Shiloh again. Let me get my gloves back. Oh. Okay. Look out.
One battle after another. DiCaprio, one battle after another.
Millions of women experience hair loss. Hers has helped thousands of them grow it back. Through Hers, you can get access to a personalized prescription treatment that's uniquely formulated to help you meet your hair goals. Ready to stop hiding thinning spots and embrace thicker ponytails? Our one-stage treatments are powered by doctor-trusted ingredients like minoxidil, proven to regrow hair in 3 to 6 months. Plus, Hers includes 100% online support, so you're never alone on your journey. Get back the hair you love. Personalized treatment. Start today at forhers.com.
Your birth wasn't just biology, it was a lifelong sentence. Framework takes hold of Let's start with daily life interaction. No untouchables, rigid priesthoods, or invisible walls dividing you from opportunity. Instead of seen as lack, the hottest daughter becomes the judge. The father's son writes the lesson.
Alright, let's just go put my stuff back.
It's just
Get this extra weight on me, and I'm gonna forget. I never do that.
This means that anyone who reach the divine as long as they are willing to study, politically open up power doesn't.
There we go. Now I feel better. Fremenic Islands. Recharge run.
Folk traditions don't stay folk, they're celebrated as just part of the mainstream. And then the British arrived, but without caste, their most valuable modern tool is missing. Census categories don't segment Indians into Brahmins and Dalits, so colonialism becomes more complicated to manage. Resistance movements grow more uniform, not less, and labels that once split people apart never get codified. But by the time independence comes,
yeah, I think I go this way though.
Action, because exclusion wasn't harm. Foundation, the Constitution doesn't allow caste because it can't be leaders rise from every background, not with exceptions.
Dude, I didn't do it.
Of course, Spanish class, religion, gender, and language still shape our lives, but what's missing is the most toxic part, the idea that dignity is inherited, that hierarchy is sacred, and that birth should lock you into place forever.
Piscatorius fish.
Shadows. Trust inside the party was brittle. So, what if someone acted? What if Stalin was removed by a coup, arrest, or just a single workplace bullet? The first thing that changes is the leadership, of course. No Stalin means no cult of personality, or maybe a different cult of personality. I mean, we don't really know. Instead of one paranoid megalomaniac pulling every lever, power spreads out. A committee takes over maybe Bukharin, Zimbev, or even Trotsky. Brought back from exile. That doesn't mean democracy, but it means less fear. No reign of terror, no gulags filled with poets, no engineered famines to punish dissent. That alone writes Soviet history. Collectivization might still happen, but not at the pace Stalin forced it. There's no Holodomor, no fields emptied by ideology. Farmers leave farmers, not corpses with rationales. Industry still builds, but without the power of skull beneath every factory.
Those are actually kind of close to each other.
Uprisings in Germany, France, Spain, they all get a boost. World War doesn't start with Poland, because without Stalin, there's no Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. It was a two-front gamble from the start, or doesn't gamble at all. And the Soviet army isn't gutted by Stalin's relentless delusional purges. Generals like Cherchevsky are alive and planning, so when war does come, the Red Army isn't rebuilding, it's ready. The Winter War things might go differently, and the Nazi blitz might fall sooner. After the war, the world doesn't split as neatly. No Stalin means no Iron Curtain, or at least a thinner Iron Curtain. Eastern Europe does still lean left, but maybe not with tanks and sniper troops. The Cold War begins, but it doesn't carry the same edge that a personality like Stalin adds to the flames. Maybe there's less fear, fewer blockages, fewer possibilities of impending doom. This also means that the Soviet Union develops really differently. Stalin went after intellectuals, writers, artists, and teachers like a rabid dog, so well imagine if none of that happens. The USSR does still censor, it is still authoritarian, but the sheer paranoia of it all is just dialed way down. By the 50s, you've got a flawed superpower Soviet Union.
Well, these are close to each other, I think.
Not cast by ghosts, purges, show trials.
Yeah. A little close. I'll do that one first. That's funny, so. Oh.
and removed. What if that was stuck? What if Pearl Harbor never happened, or if the US had stayed out of it? Let's start. Britain holds the line, but just barely. The Soviets become the only shield against Hitler, absorbing staggering losses without help from the Western Front. No D-Day, no American troops in Normandy.
No way, then I get that. Oh my god. What the fuck? 3 Berg D-Rot stacks. Wow. Okay. Dude. Settled would be so jealous. Like, I could have did those, you fucker. Oh, here goes the street. I think my amulet takes me there, but I'll just go this way. Why not?
The workforce and the military service that jumpstarts economic acceleration, living wages, and expectations. Segregation strips around gender roles harder. The society that emerged from the war famed greatest generation, well, they never emerged at all. Just a nation that chose comfort over confrontation, and a world that changed while it stood still. By the early 1990s, apartheid in South Africa was teetering. Sanctions were hard, unrest surged, and the world watched on. What if the regime didn't budge? What if it dug in, doubling down instead of backing off? Well, first customs protests escalated into a full-blown insurgency. The ANC were already underground, armed to ramp up attacks, and townships don't just resist, they erupt in fury. What looked like urban unrest in the 80s now feels like open civil war to which the government answers with more guns, more arrests, and more laws written in fear. International pressure intensifies, sanctions deepen, sporting and cultural boycotts expand, foreign investment dries up, the South African rand tanks, inflation spikes, and the already brittle economy begins to collapse into the way.
I guess while I'm here, I'll just use
Western governments under pressure from activists can't support Victoria, and the Soviet Union's gone, so there's no Cold War. But intervention's unlikely. South Africa spirals into some emotion with no outside force willing to step in. Meanwhile, brain drain accelerates. White South Africa means fleeing to Australia, Canada, and the UK. Skilled labour evaporates. Infrastructure deteriorates. Universities, hospitals, and cities just begin to hollow out. The country becomes a relic in the post-colonial world. And Mandela, if apartheid doesn't end, he probably dies in prison. There's no negotiations, no truth commissions, no peaceful transition. His name lives on, but not as a president or a peacemaker, but just as a martyr. Eventually, change still comes, but not peacefully. The apartheid regime either collapses under its own contradictions or is overthrown in violent uprising. Cost staggering, thousands of cities ruined, decades of the South Africa we know, flawed, unequal, but democratic, never arrives. Instead, fractured, wounded nations still paying the price for a system that should have ended long before it did. In the late 1800s, Europe turned its gaze southward with a single obsession. Carve up the continent, claim the spoils, essentially strip Africa of everything it could. What if they met real resistance? What if Africa's kingdoms could see what was coming? Started. Instead of fighting alone, empires like the Zulu, the Shanti, the Homi, and the Buganda talk, trade, and unify. Not perfect, but enough. The alliance masters, learn quickly, buy guns, build roads, train soldiers, and refuse to be played off. Divided communism work.
I'll be right back.
European armies hit wars neutral. Campaigns drag on, cost more, return less, sun ends in blood and retreat. The spectre of European superiority and invincibility vanishes. Bulgarians in London start asking why British troops are dying in jungles for gold mines they'll never see as public sport fades. Investment dries up. Meanwhile, African kingdoms get stronger and trade flows in every direction. Cities modernize on their own terms. Education spreads without replacing culture, and new languages emerge, hybrids of local dialects and global tongues. Instead of importing governments, they remix it with their existing African cultures. Monarchies and councils form. Power gets shared in ways that feel rooted, not imported. Without the Berlin Conference slicing up the map into absurd straight lines that often divided tribes, borders make a lot more sense now. They follow rivers, cultures, mountains, not the white man's whims taken from Belgian kings or French generals. As for the civil wars of the 20th century, some still happen, but they're undoubtedly far fewer because there's a less ethnic tension engineered by foreign lines. Back in Europe, the continent starts to feel the absence. No Congo rubber rush, no West African gold spree, less fuel for empire, slower industrial growth, and fewer footholds in global politics. Britain still builds its navy and France still flexes its muscle, but they do it with less swagger and a lot more debt. The cultural shift runs even deeper. African philosophies shape education, while music and fashion move outward instead of being absorbed. Religious traditions stay intact rather than being replaced by missionaries and pressed linen and strange ideas. By the 20th century, the world looks very different. Africa isn't developing, it's developed in its own way. Lagos rivals London. Nairobi trades with Shanghai. Accra hosts peace talks instead of aid conferences. And the word post-colonial never means invented. Would everything be perfect? No, absolutely not. Power still concentrates and greed still corrupts, but the difference is who gets to make the mistakes and who gets to fix them. Picture the 1820s. Steam engines clatter, cities swell, and men in stovepipe hats draft and vote on laws about everything, including the role of women. And women themselves, they're not allowed anywhere near a voting booth. What if that changed? What if women got the vote 100 years ahead of schedule? The moment they step into the political arena, everything turns. Education becomes a battleground first. Girls' schools get funding. The curriculum widens. And reading isn't just for boys and Bibles. Mothers start showing up at school boards. Daughters start heading to universities. Literacy climbs, expectation shifts, and the phrase "a woman's place" starts to lose its sting. Then the workforce changes as female lawmakers push back against child labour and sweatshops, not with petitions but with policy. Labour laws tighten, wages edge upward, and factories get watched. And suddenly, women's roles aren't limited to the home. They are on paper, in law, and they're gaining ground. Social norms start to bend much sooner too. Property laws change, which means marriage isn't a contract of control, it's a partnership with rights. Divorce becomes possible, inheritance starts to look fair, and you don't need a husband to own a house or a father to sign off on a loan. And with women voting in the 1800s, they didn't just change domestic life, they influenced war, peace, and empire. This is a common problem often brought up. If women had had more power, would the world have collapsed into two savage and largely pointless conflicts that killed a combined 70 to 80 million people during the 20th century?
Baby?
Disney's Lilo and Stitch. See the all-new movie. Rated PG.
Good morning. What time is it? I don't remember. It's code speed. I need to find my daughter.
Kisses at the end of the line. Not for you.
Leonardo DiCaprio.
Let's go!
One battle after another. Rated R, September 26th.
Teeth sensitivity is so common. It immediately feels like, somebody's poking directly on their nerve. I recommend Sensodyne. Sensodyne toothpaste goes inside the tooth and calms the nerve down. And my patients say, doc, it really works.
The high-quality industrial products you need. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The essence of driving is gripping the road, keeping momentum, and responding with precision. A brand by Hankook. A tire that fits Laufen.
Maybe fewer wars got rubber stamped, and maybe empires shrank faster. Or perhaps nothing slows the march of conquest. But the people who pay the price got more than the say. Who knows? By the time the real 1920s hit, we're not just flappers or factory workers, they're senators, judges, and reformers who've been shaping the world for a century. The phrase First Woman Too stops being a headline, it's just history. Now, obviously, this isn't perfect, and there would be some kind of backlash from the small section of society that grows up so stunted they can't bear the thought of women with any kind of power, and that might stall progress, but the difference is time. 100 extra years to build, fight, lose, win, and try again. And it all starts with a ballot box that opens when corsets still clung tight and revolutions still arrived on horseback. In 1993, Albert Einstein fled Germany with a suitcase and a target on his back. The Nazis had seized power, burned books, and labeled his work Jewish physics. But what if it stayed? What if Einstein had never boarded that ship to America? First, Germany keeps its greatest minds. The man who unlocked the universe doesn't end up in Princeton, he stays in Berlin. Quantum theory deepens, nuclear physics accelerates, but under a swastika. And that changes a lot. Einstein was a pacifist, but his ideas certainly had legs. He might not have built bombs, but others could have using his equations. And if the Reich gets a head start on atomic research, the race for the bomb gets darker. The Manhattan Project becomes a desperate counter, not a conflict. Politically, his presence complicates the Nazi narrative. Here's a Jewish genius too famous to erase. They either suppress him with a high-speed ticket to a death camp, so turning him into a martyr, or co-opt and try to spin to the Nazi elite that this Jew is okay. But say he's allowed to work quietly, under watch. His theories keep evolving, and Germany becomes the epicenter of physics, which means the best and brightest scientists, students, thinkers, they don't flee to the United States, they stay, or they go east. America's labs lose momentum and Britain's edge dulls. Einstein never wrote to Roosevelt about the potential for nuclear weapons, and that letter doesn't spark the urgency that kicked off the bomb. Without it, development slows or pivots or gets intercepted by spies before it even begins. The stakes rise significantly. Maybe Germany develops the bomb first, maybe they use it on London, maybe that's how the war ends. Or perhaps the Allies still win, and Einstein becomes a tragic, hated figure, not a Princeton icon, but a vilified figure in post-war Europe. He might be jailed, exiled late, or forgotten, his name footnoted under layers of propaganda. An evil man who helped Nazis with the bomb. The post-war world loses more than a face on a poster. It loses a symbol, a wild-haired, grim voice calling for peace and civil rights. It's gone. Einstein's public conscience of science just never emerges. The official story of the United States is filled with glory and wild ambition. But there was a horrendous undercurrent of violence, broken treaties, and at times outright genocide towards the native people. From the Atlantic coast to the Pacific, native nations fought back hard, brilliantly, and often, but they were outgunned, outnumbered, and eventually overwhelmed. What if they hadn't? What if native resistance hadn't just slowed colonization, but stopped it? Starting from the very early days, tribes don't just resist independently, they coordinate and give the budding colonists a hiding or two that rocks them back. The Iroquois Confederacy, the Paiute, the Creek, and the Coast, each working together in war and diplomacy. European settlers find united fronts, not fractured ones. Their divide and conquer strategies stall almost from the beginning. Colonies struggle to expand. Jamestown falters. Plymouth stays coastal, and westward expansion just never gets off the ground. And because of that, treaties hold a real weight. Agreements are honored because the alternative, total defeat, is too costly. Native nations become permanent players in the American region, governing, negotiating, and trading on their terms. The US map looks different from the beginning. Patchworks of sovereign nations, not one sprawling republic with multiple shameful reservations. The idea of manifest destiny empire takes hold, and the frontier becomes a bridge to battleground. Culturally, native knowledge doesn't just survive, it thrives. Languages stay spoken and passed down without fear, while medicinal practices and ecological thinking shape agriculture and land use. Buffalo don't vanish, forests are clear-cut, and rivers stay sacred. America grows, but more carefully, collaboratively, less destructive. Socially, the ripple runs deep. Settlers learn to coexist instead of dominate. They adapt. Mixed communities become the norm. Intermarriage, shared governance, bilingual schools. Perhaps America could have become the first social melting pot that actually worked. Maybe the 25th president of the United States isn't McKinley, but...
Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that.
In 1789, China's war was eventually barricades and centuries of monarchy cracked them on the weight of hunger and rage. But what if it happened? What if the storming of the Bastille fizzled out, the king held firm, and the revolution never got off the ground? Let's start at the side. The opulent symbol of the decadent French monarchy. Louis XVI doesn't blink, and maybe the National Assembly gets crushed early, or Lafayette sides with the crown. Either way, the budding revolutionary movement falls flat on its face, and the reformers are jailed, with more kicking and screaming due to guillotine. France, a war, having whips, outrageous excess, all that stuff. Because of the Ancien Regime, the social system holds firm. The aristocracy keeps its land, and the church maintains its size. There's no declaration of the rights of man, and certainly no French Republic. The Enlightenment doesn't die, it definitely stalls, though that dream of liberty, equality, fraternity is quietly put to one side. It's a nice idea, but it's a nice idea for another time. And that completely reshapes all of Europe. Without the revolution, there would be no Napoleonic wars, no conscripted armies marching across the continent. Napoleon would remain a general and a king. Monarchies don't scramble to tighten control or reform under pressure. Instead, they stay open, smug, and untouched. That doesn't change much. Breathe a little easier. In France, the cost runs all the way down. Middle class stays muted, and peasants stay horribly poor. There's no land reform, no civil code, no metric system. The 19th century rolls in, and France looks a lot like it did in the 17th. Elegant, puffed up on the surface, but rotting. Effects would be dramatic. Haiti wouldn't rise in rebellion, and Latin America wouldn't get its revolutionary spark. The US wouldn't have its ideological ally across the pond, and because of that, democracy spread would slow to a crawl. Romanticism, the intellectual movement that originated in Europe towards the end of the 18th century, doesn't burn anywhere nearly as brightly. The arts stay polite and well-formed. Literature doesn't get its engineers appeared during this period, and the fire that drove Beethoven, Hugo, and Goya vanishes. In a sense, Europe remains a continent of the old and never takes the great leap forward. The French Revolution wasn't just a rebellion. It was a blueprint that inspired people across the globe. If it had failed, the world wouldn't just look different, it would feel different. Less volatile, idealistic, democratic. A world where the people never took the stage. Eventually, as it always does, pressure builds, and maybe France erupts again in 1830 or 1848, but the energy's different. The first revolution got stamped out, but perhaps the second comes with more suspicion, more blood, and less hope. Maybe a full-blown civil war erupts, and hundreds of thousands of lives are lost as a result. Who really knows? China had the raw ingredients for centuries. Rich cities, skilled labor, and a deep tradition of invention. Gunpowder, paper printing, the compass, all Chinese firsts. So what if the big economic explosion, the steam, the coal, the factories, had started in Shanghai, not Sheffield? Well, instead of spinning jennies in England, you've got mechanized silk rooms humming in Hangzhou.
Last clue till the opening.
Chinese iron, fueling railroads across the Yangtze. Guangzhou, Suzhou. The balance of power tips early. Hard. Because of that, closes and flips on its head. It's not European ships docking in Asian ports, it's Chinese fleets patrolling the Indian Ocean, establishing factories and setting terms. Africa and the Americans don't get carved up by Lisbon and London, they bargain with Beijing, and that changes who writes the rules for centuries to come. The world learns mankind. Christian Confucian ethics guide global business. Western systems respond to Eastern dominance, not the other way around. The Enlightenment doesn't emerge in Europe as a rejection of monarchy, it starts in response to...
I wish they'd just take it out of your bank.
Europe development lags without capital research and colonies and the edge of industrial mass production. Countries like France and England would have stayed agrarian much longer. Their revolutions come later and don't come at all, while China, flush with invention and trade, sets the template for modern governance, technology, and science. Instead of Britain marching into China, setting up a booming opium trade that savaged the local population and keeping hold of Hong Kong for 99 years, things play out in reverse. China sets up trading posts along the British coast and begins flooding the country with the drug that everybody loves, but which punctures the hole in communities. Maybe then decide that they're going to keep Southampton for a little while. Well, let's say 99 years. By the time the 20th century rolls around, everything's inverted. The world wars may still happen, but the alliances look different. The US rises, certainly, but it's rising into a Chinese order, and communism doesn't begin with Marx, it's debated in Confucian academies. In fact, whether communism would have even taken hold in China if it were already a world leader, that's really questionable. The Cold War, instead of the titanic standoff it became, is just a tense negotiation between new power blocks shaped by centuries of Chinese-led industrial growth. The modern world does feel familiar. Cities, tech, trade, but the fingerprints are different. Skyscrapers are shaped like pagodas and bullet trains named for emperors, and they tear across the world. But when people say developed world, they don't mean the West. They mean the East. Let's say the bullet misses, or Booth gets stopped outside Ford's Theatre. Lincoln lives, wounded maybe, but still standing. Reconstruction doesn't get handed off to Andrew Johnson, it stays in Lincoln's hands. Steady, deliberate. Because of that, the tone shifts. Instead of bitter revenge or half-hearted compromise, the South gets reintegrated under someone who actually wanted unity and not just power. Lincoln pushes for the 14th and 15th Amendments with force, not foot-dragging, and backs the Freedmen's Bureau with real muscle. So when Southern politicians start writing black codes, they're stopped cold. There's a greater degree of public accountability and obviously far less fury. I promise that the New South won't look like the old one with fresh coats of paint. And because the message comes from Lincoln, the same man who freed the slaves and held the Union together, it carries more weight. That doesn't mean everything turns rosy, racism doesn't vanish, and resistance doesn't disappear, but it meets a firmer response. The Klan doesn't rise unchecked. Maybe federal troops stay longer while voting rights...
Sword, wilderness, swords.
The Great Migration.
Stamina.
Because things are permanent. Because the South isn't quite as suffocating. Meanwhile, Lincoln's presence keeps the Republican Party on track and doesn't splinter its factions so fast. By the 1880s. And there's a chance, a genuine one of that the United States faces its racial history much earlier, with more clarity and less backpedaling. Internationally, looks steadier. Lincoln's survival sends a signal that democracy is much fragile, which makes monarchies across Europe a little bit skittish. Movements for equality feel just a little more plausible. And America walks into the industrial age not just powerful, but much more principled, a country that others look to for guidance.
See, most people run south and teleport. I'd think it's faster just to run to the
Imagine the British Raj without
obelisk, I think. I'll have to test it.
Crushing abject poverty when he did in India in 1869, but life was still a delicate balance.
Shies and outposts.
The odds of children making it past their 5th birthday were still painfully low.
Nice. I think back in the day that would have canceled the teleport menu out. Glad it doesn't do that anymore. You know what? I think it's, yeah, DJR is quicker. Screw that.
Protests. The British, facing more aggressive opposition, might have responded with harsher crackdowns. Martial law, mass arrests, and public executions could have become commonplace. The path to independence might have been bloodier and more prolonged. Gandhi's philosophy of non-violence and civil disobedience not only united diverse groups within India, but also garnered international support. Without his leadership, the movement might have lacked cohesion, and global sympathy for India's cause could have diminished. Communal tensions between Hindus and Muslims might have escalated earlier more viciously. Gandhi's efforts to promote unity and inclusivity were pivotal in bridging religious divides. Of course, independence would have happened at some point or another. I mean, it had to. There was no way Britain could keep control of an area so vast and diverse.
Oh, I remember getting the dragon spear in my first Iron Man. So happy because of this clue step. Already.
Considering the actual populations were up to 2 million deaths in 14 years. Internationally, Gandhi's approach inspired civil rights movements around the world. Without his example, figures like Martin Luther King Jr. might have lacked a blueprint for peaceful protest. The global landscape of civil rights could look very different indeed. Gandhi's presence didn't just change the course of India's history, it reshaped the world's resistance and moral leadership.
Oh.
Nothing gives you more than Domino's $6.99 pizzas, especially burgers. Wait, go back. Oh, that's better.
I
Oh,
lived
that
in
one.
with mirrors, and now I see a mirror and I'm like, hello, gorgeous.
There might be a step there. It's probably a different step.
A little sidekick in the good kind of
I
chaos.
have
A partner that
W.
turns you living rooms
So,
into playgrounds and reminds us our bodies and our hearts were made for. Play that moves you.
Wells Fargo has donated roughly $420 million to help small business owners through nonprofits, helping them overcome challenges and create jobs within their community. Doing gets it done.
Get more control with great tires at great prices. Firestone Complete Auto Care.
Runes of Mora. Oh.
In 1948, the state of Israel came to being, a homeland born from centuries of
Mountain
exile,
guide, I
fresh
guess.
from the Holocaust into political tug of war, pulled a new country into place.
Honor.
What if it hadn't happened? What if the UN vote failed, the British never left, and the idea of a Jewish state got shelved for something less important? The first thing that changes, of course, is the map. There's no partition, no fight of hundreds of thousands of Palestinians, no immediate war with Arab neighbors. The Middle East is still volatile, and it always is. But the powder keg has one less image, which means lines stay blurred, but they don't bleed just yet. It also means Jewish survivors scatter differently. Instead of rallying around Tel Aviv, they head to New York, London, Buenos Aires, wherever the borders stay open. The Zionist dream becomes something quieter, still discussed, still yearned for, but not anchored to a piece of land, while Judaism becomes a global identity, strong, violent, but completely stateless. Because of that, US foreign policy looks different. Without Israel as a Cold War ally, American relationships in the Arab world stay friendlier. More oil deals, fewer embassies under siege. In Europe, the legacy of the Holocaust moves in new directions. There's no Israeli refuge to point to, no place to say, never again with a flag. Expression in Europe might grow again, or it might vanish further under the weight of fear and memory. Over time, the consequences really begin to stack up. No Six-Day War, no Intifadas, no Oslo Accords or West Bank headlines. The conflict that defines much of the 20th century becomes a void, and that void is filled with different crises, different arguments, and entirely different maps. What about the people? Palestinians don't live in exile or under occupation, and Israelis don't grow up in a country surrounded by enemies. Diaspora Jews don't have a homeland to defend or question, and the entire debate from college campuses to UN chambers simply never exists. The world keeps spinning. And
I accidentally opened hard, I think.
Maybe this whole situation erupts. You see, Palestine is one of the
Alright.
most areas for protection of the state. Some of the others, being Uganda, Argentina, Cyprus, Mozambique.
Alright, here we go. Blue opening time.
Maybe Britain, a large chunk of its land, more than Victoria, could be used to create a Jewish state. They don't really mind. They use the area for much, and maybe Israel can pay a fee over the next 50 years or so. We've now got modern Israel.
Nothing. Ooh, master. Nothing.
It's one of the darkest chapters in human history. 6 million Jews murdered systematically alongside millions of others. But what if it never happened? What if
That cabbage could have been unique from that beginner. But yeah.
Well, let's start in Germany. Say the Nazi Party stalls out. Maybe the economy recovers just fast enough, or the failed coup in 1923 ruins Hitler's credibility. Anti-Semitism doesn't vanish, but it doesn't become stateless.
Just go to a free-to-play world and drop all this stuff.
Fragile but intact. Democracy in Germany doesn't get drowned in jackboots and demented methamphetamine screeching.
Screw it. I don't feel like it.
Jewish families across Europe grow up in their homes, not hiding or fleeing. Writers, scientists, shopkeepers, rabbis, they don't become names or memorials. Instead, they become grandparents, teachers, mentors. Whole communities thrive instead of being erased. The war, it might still happen. Hitler wasn't the only fascist in town. You stayed as ideological, but
Blame. Elites, come on. No.
And the war tribunals, the refugee crisis, the sheer psychic scar across the continent.
But still no.
All of that softens. Europe still
big part. Ooh, it's a mill. That's something.
So far, so good, but ripple effects really hard to predict. The modern idea of human rights, the one built on the ashes of Auschwitz,
I can play music.
There's no Nuremberg trial to highlight the idea of crimes against humanity. No universal horror to push the UN into drafting new laws, and the word genocide is never created despite
Just keep it for like
Israel doesn't get
sailing.
push the following Holocaust. If its creation becomes hard to justify nationally, meaning Jewish migration continues to scatter instead of converge. That changes Greece, it changes America, it changes just about everything. If the Holocaust hadn't been prevented, we wouldn't celebrate that fact. There'd be no memorials, no anniversaries, no survivors sharing warnings. It would just be history, quietly avoided, an abyss that never opens. And maybe that's the most simplest of all. The best version of the past is the one we don't remember because we didn't want to. If you want to turn it on its head and dive into the negative quagmire, you've got time. You could argue that part of the reason the second half of the 20th century has been so peaceful was because of the horror born out of World War II and the Holocaust. Remember, there were 21 years between the First and Second World Wars. We obviously didn't learn very much. So now imagine we go back more sometime in the 1970s. The end of the terrible trilogy. In America, slavery didn't just end, it exploded. A bloody civil war, 600,000 dead, and generations of prisoner sex. Slavery had ended without
That later.
The abolition movement catches fire earlier, not just morally but economically. Cotton prices drop, industrialization shifts gears, and public sentiment hardens. Southern leaders
Back to fishing.
Start negotiating rather than digging in. It was a gradual emancipation deal, compensation for slaveholders, education plans for free people, and federal support to ease the transition. Because of that, the country avoids war. There's no Sherman's March, no Gettysburg, no Andersonville. Cities don't burn, families don't splinter under draft riots, and the South isn't turned into rubble. The blood cost drops to near zero. But the moral weight, that's where things get slippery. Without war, there's no Emancipation Proclamation, no Lincoln martyrdom, no seismic reckoning that forced the nation to stare at itself and say, this ends now. Slavery fades out, but so does urgency. Racism doesn't die, it just changes its clothes. Free black Americans might get more initial stability and grant schools a real start. Without Reconstruction, there's no push to redefine citizenship. The 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments, the Reconstruction Amendments that expanded civil rights, come slower or they just don't come at all. Rights arrive in inches, not weeks. It could have been a painfully long process. Meanwhile, Southern elites keep their power, but rebrand from slaveholders to landlords, locking free people into debt instead of chains. Jim Crow still slithers in just with less backlash because there's no war guild to challenge it. Civil rights fights start earlier, maybe, but they hit the same walls. The absence of war means fewer scars and fewer stories, no epic battles, no haunting photographs of fields turning red. Moral clarity that comes from beating each other to near death for 4 years with very little to show for it never solidifies, and America's conscience stays foggier. The South doesn't get rebuilt. It doesn't even break, which means no wave of northern politicians reshaping Southern law, no Freedmen's Bureau, no radical Republicans, just a slow, grinding shift. You see, it's often tempting to imagine a bloodless end as better, cleaner, kinder, but sometimes rupture is the only thing that wakes a system up. In 1947, British law officer Cyril Radcliffe arrived in India tasked with the impossible, drawing a line that would separate predominantly Hindu India from newly formed Probably
Alrighty, let's get it open.
Joins us now to
Anything new? Nope.
Thank you for taking time.
Nope.
I want to get your reaction. You know, how
Nope.
would you feel if
Nope.
you were still governor when you
Not even noted
DC, over 700
cabbages, which should have been the same table as rare mediums. New items or angels?
Quite a cleanup as a resident of DC. Obviously, you know, we like seeing that sort of thing. How would Chicagoans feel about this?
Well, I think most Chicagoans have common sense, and most Chicagoans would welcome this. In fact,
Sell some of this
be
crap.
excited and enthusiastic about it. The fact of the matter is, Chicago is a very dangerous city. Crime is higher in Chicago. It's higher here than in New York. It's higher here than in Los Angeles. And here's a fact that's really chilling. Our mayor tries to say that homicides are down in Chicago, but the fact is that up to August the 16th, that's 233 days this year, 254 people have been murdered. So you can honestly say that when you get up every morning in Chicago, you can say to yourself, someone's going to be murdered today. And you can honestly say that in 8 out of 10 cases, 80% of those murder victims are going to be black.
Junk. Wow. 16K hard clue, huh?
White,
and the master.
People who live in upscale neighborhoods.
Oh my God.
This was happening in their neighborhoods. They wouldn't be decrying the National Guard. They'd be shouting for the National Guard and screaming for the Army, the Navy, the Marines, and the Air Force. It's hypocrisy, and there's a touch of racism. I
hope those aren't like super freaking rare, any of these noted items.
And they kind of
let me look up master clue.
But they eat the land.
Rewards.
It's interesting, Governor, because you mentioned the Guard and Governor Pritzker. We can show our viewers there are some 19 states that now the National Guard is mobilizing for, and as you can see on this map,
all right, so those resources.
Illinois is not one of them. Do you think that Governor Pritzker really ought to think twice about actually getting on board? Because much of the National Guard mobilizing in these states does require some level of cooperation from the sitting governor.
That's a C-log. Cool.
Well, he's late to the game. Yes, if he does it now, that would be better than not doing it.
25 masters to get the first.
I was in that position. I was the governor of Illinois. And I used to think about moments when I felt a moral obligation to try to help the city, at the time Mayor Daley, by suggesting to him that I'll provide resources to the state police or even the National Guard if they felt that was going to be helpful to reduce crime. But Pritzker's playing politics with this. Here again, 8 out of 10 of the murder victims in Chicago are black. Carjackings are up in our city. Retail thefts are up, and brazen retail thieves are terrorizing store owners and destroying the economy. This is an epidemic of crime, and our governor has a moral obligation to cooperate with the President of the United States, put politics aside, and do what you're supposed to do. The first duty of government is public safety. He ought to be on board with the National Guard, but I can tell you right now, he won't.
Well, and Governor, just in the few seconds we have left, I do want to ask you, you're talking about things going up in Chicago. We were just talking on the couch with Charlie and Rachel about things going up are also the Obama Presidential Center that apparently a lot of Chicagoans are unhappy. It's an eyesore. What are you hearing about it?
Well, look, I've known Obama since 1995. He claims to have been a community activist. I think he was a community activist for one day so he could say it and they could put it in a TV commercial. If he really cared about the black community and the low-income neighborhoods that are not that far from Hyde Park neighborhood where his library is, he would have put that library in a place like Englewood and tried to generate some economic opportunity in a low-income, very poor, high-crime area. But instead, he wanted to put it in a beautiful park against the wishes of the Friends of the Parks and other environmental groups, because I guess it's important for him to have a monument to himself with a lake view.
Wow, unbelievable. All right. Former Governor Rod Blagojevich, thank you very much for taking your time, and have a great weekend.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for having me.
All right. TikTok is one thing, but if the president and his party want to really win over Gen Zers, it's going to take more than that. The 3 things they must do next.
10 minutes.
I looked in the mirror and all I could see were these deep lines staring back at me. So that's
all right, what to do?
For a toxicosmetic consultation. Sometimes as a parent, you just put yourself on the back burner, and that's okay, but it's also okay to do something for you. So
we'll do some macchiato, huh?
For a treatment. Booking a consultation is a way to take time for you, and I'm confident about my results.
Been a few days, a little rusty.
After injection causing serious symptoms.
Alert your doctor right away as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness may be a sign of a life-threatening condition. Patients with these conditions are at highest risk. Don't receive Botox Cosmetic if you have skin infection. Side effects may include allergic reactions, injection site pain, headache, eyebrow, eyelid drooping, or swelling. Tell your doctor your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions, and medications, including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects.
I'm the one and only Claire, and I got treated with the one and only Botox Cosmetic.
Find a licensed Botox Cosmetic specialist at BotoxCosmetic.com.
Oh, I wish my TV provider let me choose what I pay for.
Sling lets you do that, Clockboy.
Choose and customize your channel lineup or pause and watch for free. Sling lets you do that. This package required.
AI can turn your lights on.
Lights on.
And drive your car. And even write your kid's essay. But AI ain't gonna fix your broken water line or pay for the big repair bill. Having a plan from HomeServe offers real solutions. And when a covered system breaks, we'll send a qualified contractor to pay for the repair. There's nothing artificial about the peace of mind you get with a plan from HomeServe. Getting one is quite intelligent. Plans from HomeServe start at just $4.99 a month. Call 1-833-761-4150 or visit homeserve.com.
Life is always changing, and our Lovesac couch adapts to it all. Gathering around for game day one moment, reconfiguring for entertaining the next. And tomorrow, a new look entirely. Because Lovesac adapts to life, our life.
The spills, the mess, the stains. How do you get them out?
Hi, Adam J here for the Abracadabra Dream Stain Remover. Remove the toughest stains on the planet with the stain remover of your dreams. Strong enough for grown-ups, yet gentle enough to work wonders for the whole family. Now this is a big problem, but the Dream Cleaner has the muscle to take the pain out of the stain and the magic to take the stain out of this couch.
And this is a huge disaster. But the Dream Cleaner is gentle enough to turn this nightmare into the wedding day of your dreams.
Nothing's better on your favorite sweater than Abracadabra. Get pie off that tie in a flash.
Oh yeah, fire and
off that dining room chair or just about anywhere. And the messiest baby stains disappear before your eyes. And off the blanket and teddy too. Don't get flustered over ketchup stains or mustard. For older, stubborn stains, now break that bond with a spray of your wand. Now this is a big problem. Dream Cleaner works wonders on carpet and upholstery. Stubborn stains disappear. Pet stains vanish.
It truly is a dream. It cleans his work shirts, the kids' messes, and it's the perfect pre-wash.
Experience the magic as the dream takes the
my
pain
death charge.
out of the stain.
I'll use a blowpipe during the
Beyond your wildest dreams.
car phase because I know people use dragon knife specs, but I'll just normal blowpipe it when it goes to the race car phase.
And the Dream Cleaner.
Is that 9 and 9?
And if you're not completely
10
satisfied,
and 9.
keep the bottle.
That's 9 restores. 9 brews. Good. That should be fine.
Abracadabra Dream Stain Remover now for just $24.95. And we'll send you a second bottle absolutely free. Just pay separate processing. Order now.
It is going to be a nice day in the city, sun warming it up out here nicely on Fox Square. There are some trouble spots across the country where maybe not as much
I'll hop
sunshine as I'm
to a
currently
better
standing
ping
in.
world.
Let's dive right into it. Currently 74 degrees in New York City. You can see a lot of
404 it
70s
is.
stretching back across portions of the country. A little bit cooler when you get back into the Mountain West. The story as we move forward in the day is going to be a whole lot of rain, particularly there in the southeast. You see a lot of green on your screen. That rain could lead to some flooding, as you're seeing temperatures there in Atlanta only climbing to 78 degrees. That is because of all of that rain. A 2 out of 4 for a risk of flash flooding there from the Florida Big Bend, stretching up into central Georgia, and then over along the southeastern coast. That is going to be one of the big stories today that we are continuing to watch as a couple of cold fronts move on through and bring rain. Those are your weather headlines. For now, I'll toss it back inside.
Thanks, Adam. A new op-ed applauding the White House's efforts to appeal to Gen Z and suggesting what else the administration might do to win over younger voters after joining TikTok earlier this week.
Every day, I wake up determined to deliver a better life for the people all across this nation. I am your voice.
I'll log out and log in just in case the hopping didn't count as a technical log out, so I don't get 6-hour logged mid-fight, because that'd be kind of annoying.
So tell us, what more does the White House need to do to stay relevant and successful on TikTok?
Yeah, I mean, the whole reason President Trump is back in the Oval Office is because he modernized the Grand Old Party. Now, the president watching Fox and Friends this morning, I would highly encourage you not to stop at TikTok, to encourage your outreach to the next generation. Because the first thing I told him when I joined the campaign was, sir, the days of taking out an ad in the back of the Sunday paper to reach the next generation are over.
It's been a few days.
The president are pretty simple. The first one is to host a modern-day fireside chat. Podcasting worked really well for the president during the campaign. It's one of the reasons that he won the election so big. It was authentic, it was down to earth, it was a modern forum to be able to talk directly to the next generation. Hosted a once-a-month 30-minute roundtable conversation where he can say, Gen Z, this is what I accomplished for you this month, would prove incredibly successful for my peers who can't afford a cable bill, who don't watch traditional media, to see what he's accomplishing. The second idea is pretty simple as well. It's a college campus speaking tour.
Big hits, my goodness.
22 college campuses done last year. I just finished my first week of classes at Auburn University. Gen Z is hungry to see President Trump and see his accomplishments, and having him travel to college campuses would be incredible. Remember when he went to the Bronx last year? Remember when he went to Deep Blue territory? That right there is where we can have the president go to deep blue college campuses and unheard, unseen people groups that have never had a Republican think about them, much less talk to them. President Trump can fill that void.
Yeah, well, he certainly did expand.
I like to have quick pers off so I don't accidentally turn my preserve off, because I have a habit of turning it on and off.
Is he went to podcasts and did
so yeah, manually.
And you get that sort of third-party affirmation.
A little extra
you get real
boost, you know,
real
helps. Every little bit helps.
Listeners trust of President Trump, and Trump is able to sort of engage in all these things. How is that different from if you're hosting your own podcast?
Yeah, I think it would be a great thing to have some type of call-in line where every American, everyday persons can call into this and ask questions of the president.
Oh, nice.
We've brought in new media seats to the White House, but having something like that where everyday people can call in would be a really cool opportunity.
Very nice. Rylan, Holly Ann, good stuff there. Appreciate it. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Have a great weekend.
Okay. When we come back, is Meghan Markle being snubbed by Hollywood? Plus, have you ever heard of shrekking? It's a new dating trend. We'll explain during Rachel's Pop Culture Roundup. That's next.
People hate oatmeal, so we decided to sell oatmeal on the internet. And it failed. Hard no's all around.
What if it tastes like ice cream?
Or cake. Or pie. Turns out people love oatmeal. When it tastes good, and when it has 20 grams of protein. What? And over 30 flavors later, hundreds of thousands of people subscribe to oatmeal on the internet. Oats overnight. It's just oatmeal, but it's good.
And you can drink it.
With my professional background as a full-time firefighter, we run so many different medical calls, and we were shocked to learn that this brush, the metal bristles actually break off and can be swallowed, and people end up in the ER. That's what's inspired us to create Grill Rescue, a safer, bristle-free way to clean your grill. All you need to do to clean your grill is get your grill hot. We're using a griddle here. Dunk Grill Rescue in water, and you'll watch as it effortlessly steam cleans your grill. No harmful metal bristles that'll land you in the emergency room. You're just using good old steam. Now, there are some harder to get places in here when it gets really caked up. We have a scraper for that. You can easily just scrape anything that's on there, give it another dunk, and Grill Rescue will steam clean those surfaces. And just like that, you have a really clean grill. This handle is super durable. No matter how hard you try to break this thing, you can't. We've actually tried to run it over. Still can't break it. And if you have a regular grill with grill grates, the standard grill grates, it'll work there too. Get your grill to about 400 degrees, dunk Grill Rescue in water, and just like that, you can steam clean your grill grates. It's super easy. You don't have to push really hard. Grill Rescue takes care of it. With this scraper here on your grill grates, you can actually scrape and steam at the same time. Just angle it down, and you'll see now any of those hard-to-reach places are getting scraped off, and steam is wiping right behind it. You have, in, 10 seconds, the absolute cleanest grill in the nation. It's just that easy. Now, these cleaning heads can actually be detached and cleaned in the dishwasher. As simple as pulling on this tab, throwing that in the dishwasher. The dishwasher is going to do all the work. Once it comes out, you pop it on, and boom, now it's brand new. Now, this material is actually the same durable and pliable material that we rely on in the fire service for our safety. So you know it's going to last an extremely long period. Now, the most meaningful aspect of Grill Rescue is the ability to give back. Each year, we donate a percentage of proceeds to police, military, and fire rescue in need. These grill brushes can be found at grillrescue.com. Whether your husband loves to grill, if your dad loves to grill, don't get him another tie, he's not going to wear it. Get him something that he's actually going to use. No metal bristles that are going to get stuck in his throat. Get him Grill Rescue, which uses steam to clean. You can find these on sale now, actually, at grillrescue.com.
Premium meat for a natural diet. Most people don't realize how processed typical dog food is. At the Farmer's Dog, we believe dogs should be able to get the daily nutrition without the excess processing.
The digestibility is just better. You have the right amount of protein, the right amount of fat, the right amount of nutrients being added. It's real food.
Everybody wants to take care of their dog in the best way that they can. Our mission is just to help them do that.
Well, it's time for another pop culture roundup, and joining us this morning is our friend, Fox meteorologist Adam Claus. All right, so first up, there has been telling signs that the royal treatment is over in Hollywood for Meghan Markle. So here's what happened. So first of all, she's got the royal treatment. She got a free mansion when she moved to the West Coast, and she's now got her new thing called As Ever, her product line. She's been sending it to all these celebrities, Adam, and when they do that, they post it, okay? Right. And then they tag it saying As Ever. So she sent one to Khloe, one of the Kardashians, and Khloe took the picture but didn't tag it. And so then Meghan re-tagged it herself. So what does this tell you?
This is drama. So everyone loved her, and now nobody's interested in her being around anymore. And you know what? Good riddance. Like, get out of here.
Yeah, I mean...
We don't need them. We don't need them.
Agreed, but it is kind of pathetic to re-tag the untagged post of Khloe Kardashian.
Oh, it's drawing even more attention to yourself that you weren't noticed in the first place.
So this is the slide down.
Yeah, embarrassing.
It's embarrassing. I know. All right. Couldn't happen to a better person. Liberals outraged after 21-year-old Bobby Brown, adopts a baby girl with her husband, the son of John Bon Jovi. His name is Jake Bon Jovi. She's 21. He's 23. She's like, I want to start a family. They didn't have their own. They adopted. The hate that has come from this. Here's what people are saying, okay? This is online. People are saying things like, adopting at 21 feels way too young. Are you sure you're ready for that kind of responsibility? This guy, Darth, adopting at 21 is another level of stupidity. Why are people so down on adopting? It's a beautiful thing.
I didn't even believe this could be possibly be true. This is insane. What is there possibly not to like about adopting? I have adopted cousins, and it's like changed their life. It's beautiful. It's like the kindest thing someone could do.
It is, and so it's Fox, but I don't think it's about the adoption. I think it's about our age. This new trend of people marrying young and starting families young. I had 2 kids who did that. It's very countercultural, and some people hate it.
They're adults.
Yes.
They're raising kids. We've been doing this for all centuries.
People were fighting in wars at that age.
Exactly.
They can't have a baby. Oh, give me a break.
Absurd.
All right. Now, here's the newest dating trend. It's called Shrekking. Okay, so here's what Shrekking means. It means dating down.
Nothing.
And there's a reason. They say Shrekking is dating down and settling for an uglier partner because the idea is they'll treat you better. So somebody out there will treat you better.
See, I think this is horrible because you're going into this thinking this person is beneath me and now they're going to kiss my feet. No, I'm not for that. It seems like really narcissistic to walk into something like that.
Yeah, I do remember Joan Rivers. You probably don't remember her, but Joan Rivers used to say, "You be the pretty one. Like marry someone. If you're a girl, especially, you be the prettier one." What do you think about that?
I think guys would be happy to be Shreks and have beautiful women come and take them away. That's what I think.
My husband's very good looking. He's aging better than me. I think I'm the Barbara Bush of this relationship. Anyway, all right. So now let's move to this. The Pete and Bobby challenge. It's taking over the internet. Everyone's getting into it. My husband got into it. Do you have a clip of that? Because he got challenged by Bobby. Will got challenged. Will actually beat Bobby. Sean broke his shoulder, and it took Sean a long time. He's not supposed to be doing pull-ups.
Sean's a lumberjack champion, so we know that
he broke his shoulder doing lumberjack sports.
Yeah, we know he's hardcore.
Yeah. Okay, so you're next. What do you think?
Well,
do you think these guys?
They were saying we're supposed to do it in 5 minutes, and no one's actually done it in 5 minutes yet. I think maybe I can pull it off in 5 minutes.
You think you can go 5 and under?
I think Will's the lowest time I've seen,
Yeah.
and it was still a little over 5 minutes.
Will crushed it. Will crushed it. We'll see if Adam does. We should bring. You're gonna do it on Fox Square coming.
Yeah. Do we have enough time? Yeah, we're gonna go out there.
We're gonna go out there. I think Griff is joining Charlie. He's been stretching. He's gonna be doing it too. Right, Charlie?
Limbering up over there.
He's holding the clock. All right. But first, we've got a big Sunday show this week, including DEA Administrator Terry Cole, Senator Eric Schmidt, Dr. Ezekiel Emanuel, Maria Corina Machado, and Stephen Moore. That's all tomorrow.
Oh, my
so
goodness.
Make sure you tune in. Adam, stretch out. Stretch out. You're fantastic today on Pop Culture. Thank you.
Wave 7, you got this.
Reba here, back to tell you about Realtor.com. With over 500,000 new listings a month, you can find your
Let's
dream
quick
home
smoke
today.
real fast, 1
We're
second.
living that coast. So work with number one and make it real with Realtor.com.
It's time to say, not so fast, chronic kidney disease. Because with the progressive disease like CKD, slow is good. And believe me, I know all about slow. That's why I'm here to tell you about Jardiance. It's a little pill proven to slow the progression of CKD and reduce the risk of kidney failure, which can lead to dialysis.
Serious side effects include increased ketones in blood or urine, which can be fatal. Stop Jardiance and call your doctor right away if you have nausea, vomiting, stomach pain, tiredness, trouble breathing, or increased ketones. Jardiance may cause dehydration that can suddenly worsen kidney function and make you feel dizzy, lightheaded, or weak upon standing. Genital yeast infections in men and women, urinary tract infections, low blood sugar, or a rare life-threatening bacterial infection between and around the anus and genitals can occur. Call your doctor right away if you have fever or feel weak or tired, and pain, tenderness, swelling, or redness in the genital area. Don't use if allergic to Jardiance. Stop use if you have a serious allergic reaction. Call your doctor if you have rash, swelling, difficulty breathing, or swallowing. You may have increased risk for lower limb loss. Call your doctor right away if you have new pain or tenderness, sores, ulcers, or infection in your legs or feet.
So go on, say not so fast, CKD. Ask your doctor about Jardiance for chronic kidney disease.
I am running a diagnostic on myself, and it says that I am depleted. What I need is beauty, like real earth-shaking awe. Something big that makes me feel small, in a good way.
Wait, I got it. This place has all of that.
Oh, Museum of the Bible.
Museum of the Bible, baby. Step inside. Join the conversation. Museum of the Bible.
That's it.
Trump's D.C. crackdown. Terry Cole details his role leading the police department. Plus, Devin Nunes talks accountability amid Russiagate. Laura has the interviews tonight on My View.
Why spend weeks and overpay for stone when you can get the same high-end look in just hours with Gemstone? These easy-to-install Gemstone panels give your home the look of real stone for about half the cost.
Gemstone product I find very versatile, very affordable, very clean install. You get the same finished look of stone product. I think it's a fantastic product, and I don't see us going back to the traditional stone method anytime soon.
And now with the Gemstone Visualizer, you can upload a photo of your home and instantly see how Gemstone would enhance your home. Choose your perfect color and bring your vision to life, just like this project that started in the Visualizer and finished with a stunning transformation. Text STONE to 59583 to try out the Visualizer right now. Once you have your design, click Price Your Project, and our pros will tell you how much Gemstone you need and even guide you or your installer through your project. Text STONE to 59583 to see Gemstone on your home today.
Day 37 on the Ark. The sheep? They're great. The lions? Hungry. When you're facing a disaster of biblical proportions, you need a lot of food. Because when the great flood comes, or storms, power outages, whatever, you're either prepared or you're not. All right, check this out. 4-week survival food kits. Mac and cheese that's good for 25 years. I told you guys it was good. Buy one 4-week survival food kit, we'll send you 2. Go to 4patriots.com.
As Secretary Bobby Kennedy and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth faced off in a pull-up battle.
Yeah, so to close out the show this morning, Adam Klotz and I, it says in the protocol, are having our own pull-up battle on Fox Square to see how much we can do in 20 seconds.
Here to help us out is the owner of Strong New York, Kenny Santucci. Kenny, thank you so much for being here. Thank you. And I'm going to be the timekeeper.
Oh, so we're just going to let me do it. We're going to let me do the challenge while you talk to him, right?
Is there anything he has to do for form or anything you want to tell him?
Well, no, I mean, listen, I don't care if you do a chin-up, a pull-up,
What's the
neutral
difference
grip.
between a chin-up and a pull-up?
So a chin-up's a little bit easier. You'll be able to use a little bit more arm.
Yeah, because this way?
Yeah, because you're pulling it
You
this
gotta
way.
get in there. Well, I'm
Neutral
doing
grip
it.
pull-up will be the next easiest one, but the one
All right.
from the body.
I'm going to do it. I'm doing it. Go.
See if we can beat Wave 7 here.
Go. All right.
Yeah.
Surprised I still got it. And it's been a few days, like I said.
Make sure
This is the first one back in a few days.
So everyone's on their honor. That's a really good point. Okay, I don't need to be judged on my...
Through the streets of New York, I've been trying to have people just start moving, right? I don't want to discourage anybody.
Right.
So if you're not rocking out the elbows and stuff, I'm not a stickler for that just yet. But when you start to get into it and you really want to train, well, you want to make sure the elbows are locked down for the push-ups and pull-ups. Front chins above the I absolutely love this. I've been pushing this idea for a very long time, and I love that.
You needed to be the Secretary of Defense.
Yes, I'm so glad he is actually taking charge and doing this and implementing it back into schools, because movement is the most important medicine you could possibly have.
And it's why things like pickleball are so good. Exactly. Because it just gets people out there. It gets you moving.
Exactly.
He's going. Using your.
And it's a simple thing that you don't need a ton of equipment for, right? He's going to get a great workout from this. This should take him somewhere between 7 and 10 minutes to finish this.
Yeah.
All right.
Come on,
Person, it's going to get worked out.
You gotta train to be better at this. I mean, weightlifting would obviously is going to help you.
Weight training, but yes, you can do this in a park. I mean, you can do this anywhere. So there's no excuse why you shouldn't be doing it.
What's the best way to put a pull-up bar in your kitchen?
So you have those ones that, you can just install on the door. It like hooks onto the frame of the door.
Like with flanges on top.
But at the same time, it's like you go to a regular gym and all have the assisted pull-up machine. Use those. Get used to it. Get 15, 20 reps of that. Start lighter and you can gradually move your way up.
3. So you're ready for 3 minutes. Come on. Look at that.
Healthy male or healthy female.
Well, the average male could only do 1 to 3 pull-ups. The average female could do 1. The average. How far male or female? I mean, my girls
Alrighty. Let's get it.
She can do a lot. Get her in there. Come on. You want to do some pull-ups?
Gotta really pay attention here.
Oh, there we go. Come on. Not bad.
He says not bad. Not bad. I say that's really excellent.
52.
You're saying not bad.
Yeah. Come on, one more. Here we go.
Whoops.
And then she'll rep out some pull-ups or push-ups right after.
No, some push-ups. You got it. You're only like 3.5 minutes in. Here, I'll do one more. You ready?
I want to get everybody in the background started. There we go.
Okay, I think everybody needs to do push-ups.
Let's go. We have a big event coming up September 27th. We're going to have everybody at the event.
Come on. Give me 3 more. You got this. 3. Yeah.
Yeah. Get back to the push-ups. Back to this. So people think it's easy. It's actually very hard.
I actually had dinner with Will Kane after that thing happened, and he said he thought he was going to throw up.
Yeah. In the middle of it or at dinner?
No, not at dinner.
The dinner wasn't that
Because
bad.
that's the problem. When you do this, you make your stomach hurts going.
Well, no, we're doing it all the time. It feels great.
Come on.
The problem is it's like when you don't.
So, Kenny, what I say is like, so I'm in guy in my 50s, and I'm pretty fit, but, talking about the importance of really doing things like push-ups and pull-ups.
Oh, I did it backwards. Damn it. Alright. I really screwed that up. Oh well.
Yeah, 15 and 20. Yeah.
Five more, you got it. You got 51. 2, 3.
We gotta turn the power off here soon to do fix some outlets. Then I'll have to end the stream and then restart it. That's a bummer. Yeah, I was way off on that. I get my time down, my speed, on that blowpipe method when he's doing the race car, but maybe I'll do the dragon knife. I don't know yet. Yeah, I definitely had to put dragon darts in them though instead of the amethyst.
Can I just say, wait a second, they were smart not to do it with the professional trainer next to them.
Buy some dragon darts.
Not live the whole time. Amazing.
Very impressive. Good job,
Thank you, Kenny. Thank you, Paul. Thank you. We want to invite everybody. Strong New York, September 27th. Get your tickets at strongnewyork.com.
What is Strong New York?
Strong New York is the biggest fitness and wellness festival here in New York City.
Nice.
It's amazing. More boxes in a minute. Moments away.
Waking up in the hospital from all that stuff, there's got to be some kind of purpose for me here. I mean, to get over myself and start helping others. I was very fortunate. Just that Tunnel to Towers came in and gave me this life-changing gift. That was part of when I met Frank and was a part of that event. And he looked over to me and said, "Don't worry about your mortgage anymore." And Tunnel to Towers came in and gave me and my family a home. I've regained quite a bit of independence from that amazing gift they've given me. I can get in the shower, and they have a handheld shower unit that can help me. They also have, the ability to adjust my thermostat and use to turn on and off the lights or lock the doors at night. I can't begin to thank Tunnel to Towers for everything they've done for our family. It means so much to us. A life-changing gift. Thank you. Please donate $11 a month at t2t.org.
Serious pain requires serious solutions. Tidal Max Cryotherapy Spray. Next generation pain relief trusted by healthcare providers everywhere. Max relief for back
Copy and pasted the guide, the mountain guide.
Two active ingredients for dual action penetration that delivers rapid full body pain relief. And available over the counter at your local pharmacy or favorite retailer. Tidal is used at PT and chiropractic clinics across the country. Ask your healthcare provider about Tidal or visit Tidal.com.
Are you sick of tire dressings that start out greasy and quickly fade and brown over time?
Introducing Cerakote's Rapid Ceramic Tire Coat. Cerakote's true ceramic technology has just the right amount of shine and lasts up to 10 times longer than traditional dressings. Just wipe it on to get professional showroom shine without the greasy mess that slings on your vehicle. You can trust Cerakote's #1 selling family of products with over 60,000 5-star reviews.
This is the best tire coat and protectant you'll ever use, guaranteed.
Buy today for under $20.
The Tempur-Pedic Breeze makes sleep cool. So no more sweating all night or blasting air conditioning, because the Tempur Breeze feels up to 10 degrees cooler all night long. Don't miss our biggest sale of the year with savings up to $700 on select adjustable mattress sets.
Get RV show pricing now at every Blue Compass RV. All RVs must go, starting at $101 a month. Shop 100 plus locations coast to coast. That's over 15,000 new and used RVs to choose from, exclusively at Blue Compass RV. Hurry in today.
Like us, you might be suffering from moderate to severe obstructive sleep apnea, or OSA. We are the undiagnosed. We've been told we snore at night and gasp for air. Daytime sleepiness is a drag, but we still have people who count on us. And we're more than just human beings. We are humans being. OSA is a chronic condition tied to breathing interruptions and oxygen deprivation during sleep. You're undiagnosed? That was us. Talk to your doctor about OSA. Let's keep being humans.
Alrighty.
You're a police officer, detective. Swift Parker Rice.
Please stop this investigation.
We can't do that.
Our mark.
Immediately dropped down to 111. Yeah.
Really nice.
All right, Kenny. Fantastic.
Really impressive.
Kenny,
You win.
so interesting, Kenny. What would you say to somebody like Sean who broke his shoulder and had struggled with these balls?
100% find a good trainer, find a good gym that will rehab you back because we want to get everybody back to sport. Do not, you have a long life ahead of you, no matter how old you are. Make sure you continue to move. It's most important.
He can still do the pull-ups.
He can still do the pull-ups.
Right on.
Thanks, Kenny.
Kenny, thanks so much.
Thank you so much.
You got it.
See you tomorrow. President Trump's crime crackdown sweeping the nation. After deploying the National Guard to Washington, D.C., now the White House plans to extend its effort across 19 states, all with the goal of curbing crime and supporting immigration enforcement. We'll talk to Republican Congressman Pat Fallon in just a moment. Plus, an illegal alien accused of killing 3 people in a truck accident is due in court today. What he's facing as yet another illegal alien, Kemar Abrego Garcia, was set free. And we're getting new details this morning on the raid of former National Security Advisor John Bolton's home and office. So what was the FBI looking for and why? Welcome to Fox News Live, everybody. I'm Kevin Cork in the nation's capital. We begin at the White House just across the road where the president wrapped up a fairly busy week, I think it's easy to say. Lucas Tomlinson joins us from the North Lawn. Hey, LT.
Good morning, Kevin. We just received some new numbers. Over 2,000 National Guardsmen are this morning patrolling the streets of Washington, D.C. This comes as the D.C. police force, we know, is over 800 cops short. And those National Guardsmen are coming from a number of states, part of President Trump's crackdown on crime here in the nation's capital. And yesterday in the White House, the president says they could be going to other cities in the future.
We're going to make our cities very, very safe. Chicago's a mess. You have an incompetent mayor, grossly incompetent, and we'll straighten that one out probably next. So I think Chicago will be our next, and then we'll help with New York.
So Chicago and New York, Kevin. Now, for context, last year, the murder rate in D.C. was on par with Chicago and nearly 4 times higher than Los Angeles and nearly 6 times higher than New York, as you can see there. And you mentioned off the top 1,700 National Guard members we sent to 19 states. That's less than 100 per state. The White House says they will be helping DHS with clerical support and other logistical tasks for processing illegal aliens at ICE facilities. Now, speaking of law enforcement, yesterday FBI agents raided the home of Trump's former National Security Advisor, John Bolton, outside Washington's home in Montgomery County, Maryland. And FBI agents were also seen in his office, the one he rents here in Washington, carrying boxes of documents, likely searching for classified information. Yesterday, the president admitted he's not a fan of Bolton, who wrote a book criticizing Trump after Bolton left the White House.
I'm not a fan of John Bolton. I thought he was a sleazebag, actually. And he's suffers major Trump derangement syndrome.
Now, since returning to the White House, Trump revoked the security clearance from Bolton and also took away his protective detail. And we've also learned the FBI director yesterday during that raid tweeted that no one is above the law and said the FBI.
Oh my gosh.
I said in the new forward to the paperback edition of my book, I think it is a retribution presidency.
And that security clearance was pulled after the president returned to office, and that also came at the same time he had some threats on his life from Iranian officials. Of course, Bolton had a lot to do with that strike on Qasem Soleimani. Kevin?
That he did. LT on the North Lawn. Thank you, my friend. Appreciate that. The president, meantime, calling it a miracle, saying D.C. is safe again after he cracked down on crime right here in the nation's capital. And now that effort is actually expanding across the country. Texas Republican Congressman Pat Fallon is here with us this afternoon. This morning. It is great to have you with us. This is one of those situations, frankly, you and I have to live here. And anything that we can do to make it safer for citizens like us, or for visitors in particular, I think is a very strong move by this White House.
Oh,
yeah, Kevin, it's bold action. I mean, consider that the chairman of the police union in D.C. has admitted and shared that they were told to downgrade serious crimes like shootings and carjackings to lesser crimes. And even with D.C. booking the books on their crime statistics, you're 3.5 times more likely to be killed in D.C. than you were in 2012 when a serious crime was committed. And from 2018 to 2023, carjackings are up 550%. So things are out of control, and thank goodness President Trump has taken these, again, bold actions.
Yeah, bold actions, and in particular, when you look at the numbers, I mean, you talk about homicides, none for several days, over a week. I mean, this, again, is the little slow march toward what we should expect in our nation's capital, quite frankly. There's absolutely no reason to expect to get mugged or carjacked or assaulted just because you live here. And so I think this is great action. I think most Americans can agree with that as long as they don't have TDS. Meantime, in your home state of Texas, the state Senate there actually passed a GOP-drawn congressional map, paving the way, as you know, for 5 more seats. The president, without question, praising that effort. But I have a 3-part question. Why do it? Could this be a harbinger of things to come across the country? And is that a good thing?
Okay, so that's a great question. All fair questions. Why
Way
do
too
it?
late.
If you look at, and let's just talk data, and no spin, because Newsom, all Gavin Newsom was good at is slicking his hair back and spinning. So if you take the 5 largest states that are completely controlled by Democrats, so California, Washington, Illinois, New York, New Jersey, there are 117 congressional seats in those 5 states.
The fuck?
93 of them were Democratic seats and only 24 Republican. That's a 79% to 21% ratio. If you take the 5 largest red states, Texas, Tennessee, Georgia, Ohio, and Florida, there's 104 seats. And that ratio is 72-32 for 69 to 31%. So the Democrats were very good at gerrymandering. In fact, very effectively, because we had 5 million more votes, GOP candidates for Congress in 2024, and we almost lost the House. So all this is doing is slightly rebalancing the scales. It's still skewed in the Democrats' favor. So to say that this is a threat on democracy is ludicrous in the absolute definition of hyperbole.
Yeah, and I'm so glad you mentioned that, because if you really get down to brass tacks here, if all the GOP-led states decide to do just what Illinois and California have done, you can see a major swing in the balance of power here in the nation's capital. And a lot of people feel like you have to make this happen now, especially when you consider what's been happening previous elections. If this happens before the midterms, let me tell you, Katie barred the door. The GOP could be in very good shape for the final 2 years of this term of President Trump. Finally, I want to ask you about the raid on former National Security Advisor John Bolton's home and office. The president said he had no prior knowledge of that raid, but you sit on the House Intel Committee, and leadership there said, look, yeah, we were notified. So what seems to be the reason for the raid? And what
hit constantly, but I was hitting just crappy hits.
Clearly, there's probable cause. So I want to explain to your viewers what it's like when you handle classified documents. It's not as if they come into our office in the Rayburn building and give them to us. We go to a SCIF, which is a secure area where this classified information is not supposed to leave. And sitting on the House Intel Committee, there's a SCIF that I go to, and even if I want to take notes on what I read, the notes that I take, Kevin, stay in the SCIF. So there is no reason in the world, unless you're the President of the United States that has the authority to declassify, that classified documentation is outside of a SCIF. So we'll find out. If John Bolton isn't in possession of any classified documents, he's in the clear. But if he is, he's going to have to face justice just like everyone else.
And there are a lot of people who feel like there were unfortunate leaks coming out of the SCIF on a fairly regular basis during the last administration, and maybe even before that. So we're going to see what, if anything, amounts to much here as we continue the investigations and keep an eye on it from our perch here at, of course, Fox. Thank you, my friend. Appreciate your time today, Congressman. Have a good weekend.
Thanks, Kev. God bless. Take care.
God bless you. Now, with more on the John Bolton raid and what's at stake for the former National Security Advisor, we want to welcome former federal prosecutor Andrew Cherkowski. Andrew, this is fraught with peril, especially if, again, big if, he has some documents in his possession that he ought not.
Well, I think that whoever ordered this raid believes that there is very strong evidence. I think more than even just what the search warrant required, which is probable cause, that there was evidence of a crime inside that home. Probable cause means that there was good indication of it, that it was probably there, and had to have been specified to a federal judge what they were looking for, why they were looking for it, and why they believed that it was still there at this time. And so when you put all of those factors together, I don't think this is just something as simple as, oh, they saw in a book that he referenced something that might have once been classified, or even that they knew that some time ago, a matter of months ago, that he had something that was questionably classified. This signals to me that in the very recent past, they knew that he had something that was classified or that was evidence of a crime, and they acted on that now and were able to go in and justify that to the district judge.
This is the real question I think many people will ask. Okay, let's say he had something. What, if anything, will ever happen to the big insiders here in Washington? We hear these stories all the time. If you're GOP affiliated or if you're a friend of the president, chances are you're going to perp walk. They'll come to your house with guns a-blazing at 0600. Will anything happen here, do you think? Or is this, again, a situation where a lot of saber rattling, but not much to finish with?
Well, I think that there's a risk with any executive presidency using lawfare to a political advantage. And I hope that the Trump administration, and I trust that the Trump administration, are going to enforce the law fairly and as it needs to be enforced without engaging in specific lawfare, using the standards perhaps even that the Democrats set in raiding homes.
Dude, what the fuck?
I think that what we're going to see in the John Bolton case is that this
These zeros are ridiculous.
It wasn't something that they went in with just a little bit of evidence. I trust that the Trump administration, after seeing what happened during the raids on Mar-a-Lago and so much more, that there is something very, very solid here, that they went in to get this evidence because there was an urgent risk here and real evidence of a crime. This isn't just a matter of something where they're pushing back so that they can try to get even. I think that, and the law requires them to have had real evidence of a crime, either ongoing or having been complete with the evidence there.
Well, this is going to make for a very, very interesting case. And unfortunately for John Bolton, a man who has served his country in a variety of roles, this could really turn out to be very, very painful for him, especially if, again, big if, he is in possession of materials that he ought not be. Andrew, thank you so much for your time today. We appreciate it. Have a good weekend.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. Coming up next, Kilmar Abrego Garcia released from federal custody. So where might he be headed next? That story, plus an illegal alien accused of killing 3 in a deadly highway crash, is due in court today. What's at stake as we continue here on Fox News Live?
These boys have clinched a spot in the NASCAR playoffs, but there's still room for more. One in, win at Daytona. Under the lights in prime time. NASCAR from Daytona on NBC and Peacock.
Pain means pause on the things you love, but green means go. Among neck pain sufferers, BioFreeze gel was found to be 2 times more effective than ice, so you can keep on going. BioFreeze, green means go.
Lowe's knows value means more than just a low price. That's why we offer a full line of Whirlpool appliances built to last. Reliable, efficient, and always ready to perform. Quality from Whirlpool. Everyday value from Lowe's. Shop Labor Day deals.
I was in the fuck.
You save.
I was in it. All right. I wasn't in it. You're right.
Adapts to it all. Gathering around
I wasn't in the safe fucking area at all. Nope.
And tomorrow, a new look entirely. Because Lovesac adapts to life. Our life.
Upgrade your bra for more confident posture and less pain. Now with a full zipper for easy on and off. Tommy Copper's newest bra is designed to keep your shoulders down, back, and relaxed. This next generation support bra from Tommy Copper will be your new favorite. Switch to the all-new zip-up shoulder support bra and carry strong, confident posture all day. Upgrade your bra today. Go to TommyCopper.com and buy 1, get 1 free. Site-wide today.
Oh no! Our water leaks. It can cost a fortune to get a contractor to come fix it. It's not covered by homeowners insurance. That's why you should have HomeServe.
It's emergency, you have HomeServe.
Your waterline breaks, HomeServe sends a qualified contractor to fix it and pays for the covered repair.
With HomeServe, the American dream of owning a home doesn't need to be a nightmare.
Plans from HomeServe start at just $4.99 a month.
Call 1-844-324-6328 or visit homeserve.com.
Trump's push for diplomacy. As Zelensky and Putin remain in a deadlock, what will it take to mediate a deal between the embattled nations? Shannon breaks it down on the next Fox News Sunday.
Some people are worried that they won't be able to get food, whether it's because of food shortages or rising prices or, God forbid, even a disaster. But right now, check this out. This tote, it's got breakfast, lunch, dinner, and even enough for snacks for up to 4 weeks, guys. And right now, when you order one of these 4-week food survival kits, you get the second kit absolutely free. Now, you see that little square on your screen? That's called a QR code. Here's how to use it. Pick up your smartphone. Now, just open up the camera app like you're going to take a picture. Hold it up so that the camera can see the QR code on the screen. You see that? The link popped up right there. Go ahead and tap that. That link's going to take you to this deal right now. Now, see, these kits can last up to 25 years. They taste great, and they ship for free. This is your food security plan. And right now, buy one, get one free. So that means it's double your value. But that's only if you scan the code before the deal ends. So go ahead, scan the code, buy a 1 4-week food kit, and you get that second one absolutely free.
At Rush Order Tees, we focus so much on shirts, we can't even comprehend pants. Back to t-shirts, Rush Order Tees also offers customizable sweatshirts and hoodies, polos, hats, activewear, business apparel, team uniforms and jerseys, mugs, pens, and bags. Slap your design on anything. Except pants, that is.
We figured it out. Now we can put anything back. And I need
Visit rushordertees.com today.
Welcome back, everybody. 15 minutes after the hour. Welcome to Fox News Live. Kevin Cork in Washington. Facing a judge for the first time today is the illegal alien charged in a Florida truck crash. Harjinder Singh was extradited to the Sunshine State this week on 3 charges of vehicular manslaughter. Correspondent Madison Scarpino live in Atlanta with the latest on this story. Madison.
Kevin, less than 2 hours ago, the 28-year-old Indian national made a Zoom call into court. He's facing 3 counts of vehicular homicide, 3 counts of manslaughter, and he now has no bond. Today's hearing was quick, and Singh did not yet plead guilty or not guilty. The judge acknowledged Singh is an illegal alien. She said he's a substantial flight risk, saying no conditions of release would ensure his appearance at trial. So Singh now remains in the St. Lucie County Jail, again, without bond. All of this comes after Singh allegedly killed 3 people on a Florida highway earlier this month. Video shows Singh making an illegal U-turn in an 18-wheeler while a minivan crashes into the truck. Singh was extradited back to Florida Thursday night after fleeing to California post-crash. Fox News exclusively capturing Florida Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins escorting Singh off the plane. And we spoke with Governor Ron DeSantis just moments after it landed.
He's going to face serious justice. The Trump administration immediately, when this came to light, yanked the business license of the trucking company that employed this guy. How, as a company, do you put somebody on the road who doesn't understand English, knowing what kind of safety hazard that is?
Now, questions remain as to how Singh was issued a commercial driver's license in both California and Washington state. After the crash, he failed an English proficiency and road sign tests. And Secretary of State Marco Rubio is now pausing issuing worker visas for commercial drivers altogether. Now, DHS also arrested Singh's 25-year-old brother, who was a passenger during the time of the crash. He, too, is an illegal immigrant, and officials tell Fox that he's currently detained as a witness to the crash, but he'll remain in custody until he is likely deported. Kevin.
Madison, I'm going to ask you a delicate question. You've seen the video, no doubt, by now. It seemed as if he was completely unmoved after creating that crash on that interstate. In fact, some of the video I saw afterwards, he just was sort of peering at the camera. Did you notice that? What do you make of that?
If you take a look at the video that we showed earlier in my report, you're right. The expression on his face is very stoic. Of course, it's unclear if he was really aware of what just happened, if he was aware that a minivan just crashed into his truck, or if he just
You really
heard a
love being a
noise.
fucker,
All
don't
of those
you?
details
Oh, you
we
gotta
don't
kill
know
him
right
before he
now,
does
and
the
it's
slam
likely all
attack?
still
Well,
under
we're gonna prolong it.
investigation. But I'm sure that the details surrounding his demeanor and kind of what he said after that crash will all come out in court as these hearings continue. Kevin?
Yeah, shocking video, no matter how you slice it. Thank you so much. Appreciate your time, Maddie. Meantime, ICE is threatening to deport Kilmar Abrego Garcia. He's the Salvadoran alien who was released from prison in Tennessee on Friday and is currently awaiting trial on human smuggling charges. Rebecca Castor live in D.C. with the latest on that story. Hi, Rebecca.
Hi, Kevin. Well, it seems Abrego Garcia won't be a free man for long, at least not in the U.S. ICE sources tell Fox they plan to deport him to Uganda in a matter of days after the country recently cut a deal to accept third-party deportations. Here's the moment Abrego Garcia was freed from jail in Tennessee yesterday after 2 judges ruled he should be released ahead of his January trial. He'll be placed in his brother's custody in Maryland and has to wear a monitor. The Department of Homeland Security is furious with the court's rulings here. In a statement, Secretary Kristi Noem says, by ordering this monster loose on America's streets, this judge has shown a complete disregard for the safety of the American people. We will not stop fighting till this Salvadoran man faces justice and is out of our country. Abrego Garcia made headlines earlier this year when he was mistakenly deported to El Salvador for being a suspected member of MS-13. That violated, though, a 2019 court order that protected him from being sent there due to the risk he could be targeted by gangs. He was brought back in June and jailed on human smuggling charges after a suspicious 2022 traffic stop resurfaced. His detention to South America, though, sparked numerous visits from Democratic lawmakers. They're praising his release, while Republicans are stumped here.
If the Democrats are more worried about taking care of somebody that crossed the border illegally or stayed here illegally than the crimes committed against American citizens or the cost of the illegals to American citizens. So it doesn't make any sense. I don't want criminals in this country.
The Maryland judge's ruling does not prevent ICE from deporting Abrego Garcia. It just can't be to El Salvador, and they must give him a 72-hour notice. Kevin?
Rebecca joining us here in D.C. Thank you so much. So the question is, will Kilmar Abrego Garcia face deportation? You know, just as the DOJ promised earlier this year. Laura Reese is the DHS former acting deputy
Fuck
chief
you,
of staff.
dude.
She joins me now. This is a complicated story in this sense. There appear to be competing interests. On the one hand, it would seem that he should have been out of here already, but he's also been credibly accused of human smuggling and even domestic violence. Where do we go from here, and how long, if at all, is he free?
Well, good morning. He's already been given notice, or his attorneys have, Friday morning, that he's to report to ICE's Baltimore office Monday morning, and that he may be deported to Uganda. That would be in compliance with the standing immigration judge's order, which said he can be removed anywhere except for, it should have read El Salvador, it read Guatemala. So in any just world, this person should be deported. This has really opened Americans' eyes to how excessive and abusive our immigration system can be. And Americans ask, how many bites at the apple can one deportable alien get?
Yeah, and this again speaks to the argument that many have made. Why is he here? If you want to come here and be a good citizen and you want to follow the law to get here legally, you're welcome. It's a big country. But to come here and to presumably not only break our laws while you are here, but to break our laws to get here, a lot of people simply say there's no need for him and he should be deported immediately. Meantime, I'm going to ask you about the illegal immigrant trucker, Harbinder Singh, who has been accused of killing 3 people while making an illegal U-turn on a Florida highway. He's, of course, appearing in a Florida court today. Silly questions. Especially with a person who has incredibly limited English skills. How does he end up licensed and driving an 80,000-pound vehicle in this country?
Yes, well, multiple states really made negligent decisions. Some states insist on giving regular driver's licenses to illegal aliens. They claim it's for road safety, but really it's just to facilitate illegal immigration longer in the U.S. When we're talking commercial driver's license, that's a whole nother level. But there are willing states that will
Probably save my special for
they merely have work authorization,
blowpipe
they can
spec.
get a driver's license. And this is where the Biden administration had given him work authorization. So we can't underestimate the importance of reading English, understanding it, speaking it, and being serious about road safety.
Absolutely. And what do you suspect happens here in this particular case? Will he face deportation as well?
Well, I believe Florida wants to prosecute him. So assuming that goes forward and he's convicted and sentenced, then he wouldn't be subject to deportation until after he completes his criminal sentence.
Got it. Lastly, I want to ask you about this. The Trump administration announced on Thursday it will begin vetting all 55 million visa holders for potential violations that could ultimately lead to deportation. In fact, the State Department says all visa holders in this country are subject to continuous vetting. A good policy or an overreaction to recent events?
No, it's good policy, and really it should be standing policy. For years, we've had lax vetting of visa applicants, lax issuance, and a lack of law enforcement. So now the Trump administration is enforcing the laws on the books. And this number, 55 million, has really shocked Americans. Meanwhile, the Pew Research Center just came out with amazing news that for the first time in 6 decades, the level of immigration is starting to decrease. So this immigration bubble that we've been experiencing, both illegal and legal, is bursting, and we need a major course correction.
Yeah, in fact, there appears to be another one on the in the offing. Ted Lyons saying that, listen, he's the ICE director. He says they're going to flood the city of Boston with agents after the mayor there, Michelle Wu, continues to suggest that she will not dismantle that city's sanctuary policies. This is going to play out again in a circumstance where the federal government, which has jurisdiction in this circumstance, will have to take action to, again, ensure not just the safety of residents of the hub, but also to make sure that we are enforcing immigration law. Laura Ruiz, great to see you as always. We appreciate your time. Have a good weekend.
Thanks, Kevin. You too.
Thank you so much. Coming up as we continue here on Fox News Live, Hurricane Aaron turning away from the U.S. East Coast, but the threat isn't over yet. We have a question. Hey, about that. Plus, Russia's attacks on Ukraine continuing again after some high-stakes talks at the White House. Is hope for peace lost?
It's the final game, folks. This one wins the series.
If it's important, it's not worth compromising, which is why with farmers, you don't have to compromise quality to get great savings on your insurance. Here, take mine.
We are farmers. What will you do when the power goes out? Power outages can be unpredictable and inconvenient, but with a Generac home standby generator, your life goes on uninterrupted because you'll have power when you need it the most.
Number one thing to prepare for is extended power outages. Don't make it so hard on yourself. Have a Generac home standby generator.
And special financing and low monthly payment options are available. Call or go online now to request your free quote. Power your life with Generac.
You hear me? Look, mold like this could be hiding in your house. And check out this fence. Moldy and black. You were hard scrubbing mold, but it keeps coming back. Now there's a simple spray that dissolves mold on contact. This is Alien Power, the new multi-purpose stain remover with out-of-this-world results. Just fill the bottle with water, add in our potent formula, then spray. And watch Alien Power lift the mold away. Plus, it's all made right here in the USA. This is an advanced formulation that breaks down the molecular structure of mold, so it dissolves on contact, penetrating deep into cracks and pores for a complete cleaning. Look here,
We two peroxide together, that's all it is.
washing machine. Alien Power makes it so easy to clean. Now eliminating mildew in the bathroom is a breeze. Give it a spray and it's gone with ease. Black mold is hiding under this mat. A simple spray and it's gone like that. Even use it outside, so mold and mildew have nowhere to hide. An entire moldy fence finished in no time.
Morning, Mom.
We needed to get rid of the grime. Instantly upgrade the look of your siding with alien power. Even textured surfaces like stucco can look new again.
Why?
Maybe I'll ruin your deck. Now, just give it a spray and watch the stains fade away.
Well, you are normal, you don't fucking move.
Don't replace
You
water
don't get
stains
your
ceiling
dead.
time.
You gotta
With
yell.
alien power, it disappears right before your very eyes. Gone to another galaxy. It can cost over $1,000 for a professional treatment, but get alien power today.
Did I jump
with a spray bottle for just $29.99. Act right now, and we'll double the entire offer. Absolutely free. That's enough for 4 large bottles.
No. Come on, I don't want to be dead.
Now, did I jump?
No.
This is a TV only offer, not available at this price.
Seemed irritated.
Call 1-800-610-8417 or go to buyalienpower.com. So call 1-800-610-8417 or go to buyalienpower.com.
My God, I'm picking up my mom's head.
Guy, thank you so much for coming here. I know you're joining us at a lot of our events when we're giving a mortgage-free home to a catastrophic Legion service member or, breaking ground.
I love how you say that so easily. Giving a mortgage-free home to a catastrophically injured veteran.
By the end of next year, we'll have paid off mortgages for
Mimi was never mean. Mimi was never mean.
Serving those who serve us. Where you're coming in with T to T, shouldn't this have been done a long time ago?
We already got 10,000 homeless vets off the streets.
The reality of it is the dignity that these people deserve. That is the key word of it. Dignity. $11 a month, $132 a year. $132 a year, that's a concert ticket.
Thank you, sir.
You got it, brother. I'm in this. In this to win this. Go to T2T.org to learn more and donate today.
30 minutes after the hour now, Hurricane Erin moving out to sea, but rough seas and massive waves remain along the East Coast. In New Hampshire, for example, police there say several swimmers were rescued from life-threatening rip currents on Friday. Fox Weather's Brandy Campbell is in Ocean City, Maryland, with more. Brandy.
Yeah.
Well, this week, all eyes were on the tropics and what was Hurricane Erin, a storm
Really?
that rapidly intensified to a Category 5 storm. Thankfully, Erin stayed hundreds of miles off the coast, but given its large size, it still managed to do damage to coastal areas as it tracked up the east coast of the United States. That includes beach towns like where we are in Ocean City, Maryland. Take a look at these monstrous waves. Wave height reached 15 here on Thursday. One of the highest wind gusts along the east coast was also recorded here at 53 miles per hour. And we were not exempt from coastal flooding here either. You can see here in parts of the Barrier Island as residents and visitors watch and experience everything as it happens. See wind gusts up to 40, 50 miles per hour today. Waves are big. Waves are big. Waves are cool crashing.
We knew we asked Dad, Rod meant to say no. We asked Mom in her sleep
to see the waves.
Yeah. Wild as I've ever seen it. Where we were staying was completely flooded, water everywhere. Now this weekend, wave heights are decreasing and beach restrictions for swimming are loosening up with time. Most beaches along the East Coast, though, are still experiencing dangerous beach conditions. This map shows some areas under high or moderate rip current risk. And those risks, very important to pay attention to. This video taken here in Ocean City on Friday shows beach patrols treating 3 young girls that bystanders told me were likely taken further into the ocean by a rip current and then were rescued. This Saturday, the risk for rip currents in Ocean City still high. And right now, what was Hurricane Erin is now a strong post-tropical storm. It's headed northeast away from the United States. For now, here in Ocean City, Maryland, I'm Brandy Campbell. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Brandy. Appreciate that. Maytime record rainfall hitting the great state of South Carolina. A flash flood warning, in fact, is in effect for Charleston, and officials there are urging locals to...
People don't listen.
Why don't I get Bear Lake? Lake Trotter. It has big old sign on the dock. There's no swimming. You can figure out why. Look, there's a great big river that runs in there. And there's shells. There's rock.
could be next.
I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. Right, Mom. Right. Yeah, you don't.
Excuse me? Are you thinking I called you that? Oh, he called me a bitch. Oh. Watch it.
I didn't call you. I said I'm an idiot.
Oh, I thought you called me a bitch.
No. He's the one who said bitch. He's the one who said bitch. You're yelling at me.
Excuse me, don't you think? How many days have I called you in here? Called me one before.
I was angry and drunk.
How many times have I called you? You were drunk at 15.
A flood watch remains in effect for parts of South Carolina and Georgia through the
Made
overnight.
me come home from the library.
In Charleston, South Carolina.
Made me come home from the library.
Because I was at work.
All right, Ken, thank you for that. And then with more conditions across the country, we want to welcome Fox weather meteorologist.
11, whatever.
Estimate. It is always great to see you, my friend. I know we have an active series of maps here. I will let you walk us through it. Kevin, always great to see you as well. My goodness, this past week was really incredible, right? We saw explosive rapid intensification. This was last Friday at 75 miles per hour winds, out to 160 in just 24 hours. That was an increase of about 85 miles per hour. Where is Aaron now? It's literally in the middle of the North Atlantic. This is literally where the Titanic sank, by the way, just for some reference. All of that energy from Aaron
assumed I was
bashed
talking
into parts
about
of the
you.
United Kingdom. So
I know you were.
How do you know? To Europe. Expect turbulence Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Back at home stateside, you've seen this map a couple of times. It's a moderate to high risk current from basically
Other than that,
out to the
as far as
Jersey
I
Shore,
know,
Delmarva, friends in D.C., right?
You know,
friends up this way. We're talking D.C. to Dover to Philadelphia. We could see some inland flooding impacts, so watch out for that. And Kevin, it was incredible. The wind gusts with Aaron, by the way, 40 to 50 plus miles per hour winds. We saw storm surge 2 to 4 feet. And unfortunately, we're not done yet. Kevin, we still have not one but 2 areas that we're watching. And at least one of these could have some influences possibly on the U.S. in the next 7 to 10 days. So you'll, of course, want to stick with Fox Weather for more on that. Kevin? Serious stuff out there, and I want to say thank you for spending time with us, Michael. And a reminder, everybody, Fox Weather is here for you all weekend long. In fact, you can stream it anytime, anywhere on your favorite device. I have it on my phone. You should too. When we come back here on Fox News Live, despite President Trump's very best efforts, peace deal between Russia and Ukraine seem to be fading just a bit. Question is, can President Trump get things back on track? We'll talk about it. And a parole board ruling on the Menendez brothers' fate. The decision and what happens next coming right up.
I feel exactly here.
I'm tempted, dude. Tired of stubborn carpet stains? Well, you need horsepower bullshot.
Just
spray it and the stain goes away. Now available on Walmart and on Amazon for immediate free delivery. The secret is an advanced foam action that penetrates deep to neutralize stains and odors, lifting off fiber with a formula safe for kids and pets. And it's made in the USA. Bullshot is like spraying an eraser on your floor, all without bending or scrubbing. Get horsepowered bullshot at Walmart and on Amazon for immediate free delivery while supplies last.
Losing weight is hard.
My blood was bad. My energy was low.
The problem is likely your liver.
Toxins, fatty foods, and alcohol can clog your liver, causing slow metabolism and digestive issues.
Liver Health Formula is a breakthrough all-natural supplement that can help detox your liver, increase your metabolism, and improve digestion. The secret is a combination of active ingredients that optimize the body's natural detox process, promotes fat burning, and supports bile production. You can lose weight naturally, reduce bloating, and have more energy.
Over 2 million bottles of Liver Health Formula have already been sold.
Weight loss just got easier.
The bloating is gone. My energy is back.
A new you starts with Liver Health Formula.
Head to purehealthresearch.com now and use promo code FOXNEWS to receive 50% off. Satisfaction is guaranteed. It will work or you won't pay a penny. Go to purehealthresearch.com.
Back pain. When you've got it, you know it.
Introducing the X-Back from CopperFit, our groundbreaking technology designed for compression support of your lower back and core like you've never experienced before. Engineered with our most innovative, patent-pending, advanced X compression system, the X-Back evenly distributes the support across a broader surface area of your back for relief of lower back aches and pains.
The new belt is fantastic. I feel a bigger area of support. Immediately, there was something different about this.
A super lightweight mesh fabric, ventilated for unmatched breathability to increase airflow and release excess heat.
You have to try it. You haven't felt anything that's going to give you the kind of support and relieve the back pain that you have, but it is unbelievable.
Our copper-infused fabric, made with the most advanced materials for superior support and lighter than air comfort.
It's just relaxing all that tension that you get.
Wow, oh, that feels great.
I've tried a lot of belts in the past. Nothing like this. I have a history of back issues, man, and this is really hard to believe what I'm feeling right now.
An orthopedic design alloy support panel and 4 built-in flexible stabilizers to help improve alignment and promote better posture.
Usually when I have long triathlons, there's pain. With the belt, there's absolutely no pain. For me, it was like, okay, is this really happening? I really haven't felt anything like this before.
The all-new X-Back from CopperFit, the most effective, breathable, customizable support for relief of lower back pain you will ever wear. Guaranteed or your money back. Get yours now at getxback.com for only 2 payments of $29.99 or call 1-800-270-1887 right now and your shipping is free.
This is by far the best support that I have found.
You feel like, you conquered the world. It's life-changing.
The all-new X-Back from CopperFit. Feel the difference.
How do you know?
He's automatic before you can count your money.
When you're sitting at the table, time enough.
Then it right in the front, pal, you had to fall it and crisscross it.
Yeah. Alright, I'm back.
These boys have clinched a spot in the NASCAR.
Yeah, that's cool.
But there's still room for more. 1M, win Daytona. Under the lights in prime time. NASCAR from Daytona.
No, why? Why? Oh, I thought you were going back to bed. Go watch side projects. Side projects, Mom. Side projects. Side projects. You see it?
This is so disturbing. His name is Lucifer Valentine. No one knows who he is.
Oh my god.
And he's making movies, right?
Okay.
There's this huge conspiracy theory online. What if he's actually like torturing his actors? He took advantage of women. He gets them super drunk. When they're basically like blacked out. Okay, it's on this contract. He then films their work. The lead 2 actresses are now dead. He's like super involved in Hollywood. He's been nominated for 3 Emmys, which...
I seen flies come out of like flies in her mouth.
GG. GG.
Until a desperate woman called 911. Police rushed to her home. What they found was a tragedy.
GG, girl. Oh, my shit's fucking flipped.
Anything couldn't be undone. Officer Joshua Merritt immediately applied CPR to the baby girl.
Shark lore. Yeah, that's what I want to listen to. Just screaming in my ear.
Okay.
Oh, what do you find entertaining about that? Just watching people suffer. I don't understand why you find that entertaining. Messed up. No. I already know what it's like.
Oh, did you see that?
No, I gotta focus on this.
So dominant.
Hit.
Oh my god. Oh, poor thing.
Overly confident tiger quickly regrets trying to sneak up on a sloth bear when it stands up to demonstrate its dominance.
That's a sun bear, pal.
I can't look right now, I said. Okay, what? Uh-huh.
They're really little, actually. Oh, good old monkey.
Their family members being attacked by a huge crocodile, they all jumped in to beat up the predator and save their friend who was in desperate need of help.
The Viking dragging one away.
Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Well, I died.
Hey, that's a great name to him. That, geez.
Some cats seem to be completely fearless and are never intimidated by larger creatures. Just like this cat chasing away a bear.
Oh my god, I did not tell my cat to go there.
There is a huge difference in size between a cow and a goat. So when these animals charge towards one another after a long standoff, you will certainly be surprised by the one left standing.
Oh my god. They both are down.
When this lonely hyena stumbled upon a pack of 20 wild dogs, she immediately felt threatened and called for backup. In order for her call to travel as far as possible, she lowered her head to the ground before howling, making the sound carry further.
You wouldn't think that. You would think it would be like holding it up in the air. That's the vibration.
Quickly ran off.
Yeah, the hyenas will kill those painted dogs. What's the marketing of the same on them painted dogs?
2 hungry lions decided to team up to prey on a buffalo, but didn't realize the buffalo has friends too.
There was one of those painted dogs, Kyle, that had more white than anything else on it, like the black or the gold. And that was highly unusual, like, due to it, you know, that's their camouflage in the wild, you know.
And strike first.
Oh, Lord. Oh my god, Lord. Oh no. Oh, right in the leg. Look how bony it is.
The hard way what happens if you steal food from lions, as this male lion shows who's boss.
Yeah, that's killing. And they won't eat them.
This lion was cornered by hyenas and desperately called for help while fighting for her life.
Now one tiger can't take on, but when they get multiples like that, game on.
Arrives and comes to the rescue.
They won't fight a male lion.
This 11-month-old leopard cub got
When they
sniffed
stuff
out by
the
a hungry
feet or the
hyena
ground
and had to
cow
make
with
a
their
desperate
back
run for its
feet,
life.
that's
Luckily,
showing
it was
dominance.
spared
I
from
don't know
death
if you
thanks
knew
to a
that or
nearby
not.
tree
I
and its
just
excellent
learned
flying
that.
abilities.
You like shows like this? I love them. What is that, little cheetah? Oh yeah, sure. Jaguar, cheetah.
This is not how to wake up a lioness.
Look, that's what I thought when you woke me up.
These
You
cheetah
didn't
cubs
even
wanted a
watch
baby
it.
warthog for dinner and tried to chase them down until the vicious warthog parents came to the rescue and started chasing the cheetahs instead.
60 miles an hour. I mean, really, what does that say about a pig if they can run off 30? I mean, at least the pigs got to go at least 30, 40 miles an
Sometimes
hour.
it's not about being the biggest. You also have to have confidence, just like this
Oh,
duck
this is
messing with
underwater
a pack
duck.
of hungry tigers.
That's an underwater duck. I see this one. You pop it up and go back underwater. Ah! I love it. I love it. It's behind us. Oh, that is so cute. Just fly away, man. Let me hurt. I don't know. Might be hurt.
Seems like ducks really love messing with tigers, because here's another one.
Meh. That looks like a duck
Here's
that
yet another case where confidence beats
Grandpa
size.
likes.
The northern water snake thought an eel would be an excellent and effortless dinner, but the eel wanted to live another day and fought its way to freedom.
I'm surprised he's not getting stabbed.
Not all eels are electric. Not all eels are electric.
Despite being
Oh,
surrounded by
really?
several lions trying to take him down, he was still able to resist and survive, while also doing just as much damage towards them.
Alright, go back and do it.
Here we have a rhino who is all bark and no bite.
That's interesting. I never knew that as long as I've been alive.
The Doom.
Apparently, lions are the only species capable of trolling, because this monkey decided to bully two tigers by swooping down and pinching their ears.
That's adorable. That little monkey. Oh, let me get that monkey is playing with him.
Get away from me! This rhino chose an opponent in a completely different weight division, and the elephant had to teach it a lesson and show who's the real king of the savannah. Even though cats are pretty small animals, they're also one of the most confident. Just check out this cat exerting her dominance against 2 tigers. This may be the same duck we saw earlier. If so, he sure loves going around different places and messing with tigers.
Don't you do bad DPS to me. Come on. One more. Oh my gosh.
If you still don't think the wilderness is a cool place after all we've seen so far, you will definitely think so after watching this next one. This video shows a male bear attacking a female in order to eliminate her cubs. Male bears will sometimes do this in order to mate with the mother, who will only do so if she doesn't have any babies to care for. But this time, the bigger and stronger dad was close by and quickly came to the rescue. So when they tried to steal food from these lionesses,
Hit.
they struggled to fight back. But when the king of the jungle came running to the rescue, the enemy knew they had to back down.
Look at all of them taking off running. They will not fight the man.
If you ever think you're outsized, then watch this little terrapin show the lions who's boss by chasing them away from his watering hole.
I'm not in danger. I am the danger.
This incredibly lucky bush bug barely escaped from a hungry crocodile.
Oh, come on, man.
Imagine running for your life, and this is the fastest you can go.
Cool.
A mountain goat on the verge of losing its final fight against its people throws itself down the mountain in a last-ditch effort to survive. This Alaskan grizzly bear is much smaller than his opponent, but he's got the heart of a true warrior. Just watch as he gets on his back during a vicious fight for survival, and instead of panicking, he waits for the perfect opening and then retakes his position. This wildebeest made a dramatic escape as he leaped over 200 lionesses on the run before darting across the lake and outpacing the entire pride.
I really did avoid mirrors, and now I see a mirror. I'm like, hello, gorgeous.
We don't have a freezer. Really? Whole bell peppers, onions, fresh chicken, fresh everything.
Damn, that was a big hit.
At IHG Hotels and Resorts, explore the neighborhood.
Nice.
I did not know how to drive. I lied. I said that I could. Tell anybody.
She lied to us, guys. It's all I remember.
Yeah.
Foxes are usually friendly and try to evade conflict. However, foxes are wild animals and will always revert to their instincts in a situation where they feel threatened. But this fox definitely messed with a wrong cat, stood its ground fearlessly. While this zebra tries to kill a bull, its mother does everything in her power to fight back and protect her child. A gorilla attacked this mother as its child desperately tried to intervene and stop the fight. But then, their enormous father came to the rescue. These two sloth bears got into a heated fight in a zoo as workers tried everything to break it up.
You ain't gonna break it up.
And as these kangaroos were having an intense fight, one of them took it a little too far. Giraffes fighting, on the other hand, might be one of the funniest and weirdest things out there. Just watch as these giraffes use their long necks to try and take each other down. But here's a way more intense fight, where the giraffes fight to the death, and neither of them are willing to back down.
One of them breaks the neck. Remember this one.
This white lion successfully defends itself from two tigers. A mother hippo who's about to have a baby is forced to defend her other children as they're attacked by hungry lions. The mother ferociously attacks one lioness, but the pride won't give up that easily. They wait until nightfall and take advantage of the tired hippo, again trying to sink their teeth into the prey's flesh. But the hippo still does not give up and brutally catches one lioness. Succumbing to the wounds she's endured, she has no power left to attack and surrender, as each of the lions begins to feast on the hippo's carcass.
Oh, yeah.
When a crocodile walked into this lion pride's territory, it quickly regretted its decision, as the male lion showed who's the true king of the land. The injured crocodile then slowly walks away and will probably never come back again. An octopus swam in the wrong place and was chased down and devoured by a school of leather jackets. After a lone female squirrel approaches a cobra from behind, a snake bite causes her to retreat from the battle. In seconds, the squirrel has gone from snake killer to scaredy cat. But luckily for her, the action has caught the attention of a far meaner neighbor, a yellow mongoose, who's considered the cobra hitman.
Alright, wave 7, let's go.
Confident deadly fight where the cobra delivers a quick strike and the mongoose pulls a Matrix-style getaway. Finally, the cobra manages to deliver its winning blow, and they take off in opposite directions.
They won't die though, because they got
When this bear climbs up to an eagle's nest, they have to desperately try to fight off the giant intruder from their home.
Eagle.
And this goose heckling a horse soon regrets his decision.
Oh, look at his face. Oh, that's so
A group of
horrible.
otters won't leave this orangutan alone until it uses a stick to fight them off. These two Komodo dragons fight intensely, but quickly get tired and start cozying up instead. Here's a great example of how intelligence beats strength, and the smaller rabbit avoids the bigger guy by simply jumping over it. These curious and
Oh my gosh. I'm so lucky he had a 28 right there.
escapes the vicious
Loot.
attack.
Nothing. Man, come on.
And this dog protects his owner, baby crocodile. An angry elephant charges at a hippo and chases him out of his territory. This incredible sighting unfolds as a flock of angry birds gang up and attack a snake.
See where treads are sitting at, if they're still dropping like crazy or if they're finally like balanced. Yep, still dropping.
A buffalo and a bull use their deadly horns in a brutal fight, and even though the Cape buffalo is considered one of Africa's big five, the bull proves that it's definitely not an easy opponent. And while the fight continues intensely,
I don't know, mess around with some tormented demons, but
as if it were a movie.
I don't know.
Somebody get these guys some popcorn for the show. And here's another fight between a buffalo and a bull, but this time the bull quickly chickens out. When a hippo gets angry at a herd of buffalo for visiting his pond, he does some strange things, to say the least, to chase them away. Well, evidently pigs really can fly, because this gnarly rhino gets triggered and
Oh my god. Jesus. Yes, that's why I said that. Oh my gosh.
a kangaroo squares up against three crazy emu birds.
They're gonna fight. This is amazing. I have this on video. Oh my god, take it inside. Oh my god, look at that. Like it's so happening right here.
Come at me, bro.
And these guys managed to rescue their dog from a giant hungry python who keeps a tight grip around the animal.
Go back to fishing for a little bit.
Jumping back and forth until the monkey finally manages to push him down. As a male cub approached the watering hole to quench his thirst, he didn't notice the hungry crocodile lurking in the water. And as this zebra was trying to cross the river, a crocodile locked his teeth into his back, but the zebra chose to bite back and managed to escape the vicious attack. rhino gives the sleeping lions a wake-up call. A lonely lion is attacked by a huge clan of vicious hyenas, but the king of the jungle doesn't need any friends. He only needs confidence. Just watch how the incredible lion fights back and protects his prey from being stolen.
Oh, yeah. They won't fight him now, will they? Look how many there is.
A curious dog learned a hard lesson the hard way when meeting an electric eel, only to get violently zapped and whimper away in agony. When a rude and rowdy elephant kicked a resting buffalo in the face, the elephant quickly regretted its foolish decision when the buffalo retaliated by poking him right in the rear with its horns. Wrong place at the wrong time for this defenseless baby chick that gets snapped up and eaten by a hungry horse like a tasty snack.
He just ate one of the baby chickens.
This is why you should never turn your back on a tiger. When a mom and baby rhino had an altercation with 3 elephants at a watering hole, the elephants displayed that they are the most intelligent by using inanimate objects as weapons to scare them away. Not even a fence can stop these sheep from fighting. This dog's bark is definitely worse than its bite, as it retreats like a coward after messing with a massive iguana.
You think I'm a loser?
When a group of predatory birds tried to snatch one of this leopard's cubs, the mother had to teach them a hard lesson. Did this bird just travel through time? I think this dog got what he deserved. A group of wild dogs were hanging out at a watering hole when they were suddenly joined by a huge elephant who wanted the place for himself. Watch how he tries to drive the little annoying creatures off his lawn by kicking dirt at them, chasing them around, and showing them who's boss. A mountain lion decided to attack a lone baby bear instead of its big mother, but had an embarrassing defeat as the little bear cub bravely fought it off. The animals in the jungle have many differences, but they all share one common enemy, the lion. So when this buffalo was being attacked by the hungry predator, a heroic elephant stepped in to save its life.
You got the lighter, Kyle?
When a black bear wandered into the wrong territory, a very unusual fight occurred as a male lion decided to drive the animal away from its land.
Medicine on your...
A tiny dog quickly regretted messing with a tegu lizard when it suddenly had enough of its annoying barking and decided to teach it a lesson the hard way.
All bark, no bite.
It's me, Wednesday Addams. My meal of misfortune is now at Wendy's, and it's pure torture. It's uniquely excruciating dips of dread. Enjoy the anguish.
Travel can be a nightmare. Luckily, you rented your car on Turo. Skip the rental counter with Turo. Rent just about any car, just about anywhere.
Exactly.
Drive by
Does he got
Golf
the
Chain and the whole
pay
Old Spice
bag?
NFL
Yeah.
collection at Walmart today.
Fill their world with Frisco by Chewy, so they can splash around with long-lasting pool toys and stay cool from fetch to sun.
Elephants know that they are the absolute strongest when they stick together. So when two crocodiles were threatening some of these elephants, the whole herd decided to charge at the dangerous enemies together to scare them away.
So that one got some balls.
This dog quickly regrets
he said
messing
the
with an
little one got some
impatient
balls.
donkey.
Those must be the wild dogs.
It's like watching
Lions
animals
usually
get
know which
hurt.
animals they can hunt and win against in a fight, but this lion got a little too confident when it tried to attack a big giraffe.
Damn. Damn.
They have killed giraffes.
Bump right on
This
his
lion
face.
cub was so
I
eager to
believe it.
bite into the pride's meal that it got stuck in a sticky situation, to say the least.
Ew, he's in his ass dog.
Luckily, the other
Oh
lions
my
ate through the
God.
buffalo's
In its
stomach
butthole.
and were eventually able to set the poor cub free. This lion,
Watching
who was craving
dogs
some
get
honey, quickly regretted its choice when it
electrocuted
got
and then
attacked by a
that shit
swarm
deep,
of
wasn't
bit
it?
by a jackass.
Oh, guess that means she got poop so bad. And they got poop to do. Boy.
Ooh. Damn.
When a grizzly bear was feeding on its prey, a pack of hungry wolves surrounded the animal and tried to steal it. But the bear refused to hand over his food, for which he had fought so bravely, and showed the wolf pack who's boss.
Good boy. Come on, DJ. Come on. You don't like it, Come on.
This prairie falcon uses its hard-hitting hunting tactic to take out a clueless drake mallard with a high-speed headshot. He didn't even give him time to duck. This mountain lion probably confused itself with a regular lion when it tried to hunt a much bigger alpaca, who bravely fought off the desperate animal.
Are you going anywhere today, Kyle?
No.
There is a huge difference in size between a cow and a goat. So when these animals charge towards each other after a long standoff, you will definitely be surprised by the one left standing. A hungry leopard stalks a warthog right before snatching its baby. But what the leopard didn't know was that it messed with the wrong mother, who wasn't going to give up easily on its child. This cow hit his head so hard that he switched personalities.
Yeah.
A clueless raccoon accidentally got in the wrong hood and had to pay the consequences, as these chimpanzees were not too happy about having an intruder.
Jesus.
These sharks work together to mug the crocodiles and steal their food, but one of the sharks receives instant karma too.
Missed it.
Apparently pigs can fly, just
Fucked up.
a clueless raccoon accidentally got in the wrong
What
hood
you
and
want?
had to pay the
Animals get-
consequences, as these
No.
chimpanzees were not too
No,
happy about
it's
having an
always
intruder.
Well, they're gonna rip it apart. Oh my god.
These sharks work together to
Oh my
find the
God,
crocodiles
no
and
way.
steal their food, while one of the sharks receives
Well,
instant
try to use
karma
my
too.
card route here. So, you guys said you need to get stuff.
Apparently,
Oh,
things
no, I
can
think we're
fly.
doing pretty good.
Just check out this wild boar that shows that nothing is impossible.
Oh, man.
A fisherman caught an electric eel, but as he's pulling it in, an alligator decided he wanted a piece of the action too, and got himself a little bit more than a bite. Up to 860 volts of electricity suddenly flowed through the alligator's body, and the eel's unusual defense mechanism completely obliterates the animal.
Oh, that's one of those.
When a male lion attacked a leopard, the female lion surprisingly chose to defend the defenseless animal.
Probably confused that it's one of her
Who
own.
do you think would win in a fight between a crab and a scorpion? Well, in this epic underwater battle, the crab completely destroyed its opponent.
Got cockfighting. Let's bet on sea creatures going on at it. Damn. Get him, crab. Rip him apart.
Strength and size aren't always the most important traits to have in nature. Sometimes all you need is confidence to beat the bigger opponent, which this fearless goat proved when it took on several rhinos in a fight and
Look, he's
won.
on his knees.
Oh, damn, he is too.
Gotta be careful, you don't get bored in the head.
African wild dogs may not be that dangerous when they are alone, but when these animals fight together, they are some of the absolute scariest creatures of the savannah. So when a pack of vicious wild dogs attacked this lioness, it knew it was in deep trouble.
So I'm watching animals versus animals.
That's crazy.
I watched
Look at
one with horse. The horse. There's a
When a massive eagle decided that this goat would become its delicious dinner, the poor animal stood no chance and was swept away to be never seen again.
One of the baby chicks just picked it up, made it like popcorn. I was like, holy fuck. I've never seen nothing like that and ate it. I was like, what? Look at that. Look at that hawk. Did you see that? Honey, watch.
The poor animal stood no chance and was swept away to be never seen again.
Watch this. Oh, it's a goat. I thought it was a deer. Look at that.
That's crazy.
Oh. Oh, he smacked it.
An overconfident buffalo thought he could beat a rhino in a fight, but underestimated its opponent and suffered the brutal consequences.
Ooh, that's
This bear cub is using world-class wrestling to take down a dog bigger than himself.
Watch out, watch out, watch out.
Imagine when that bear grows up, he's definitely going to be the king of the forest. When a leopard and a hyena were fighting over who would get the prey for dinner, the prey made an Oscar-worthy performance in order to escape.
What did you say, Dad? Oh, hell yeah, Dad.
At about 2 years of age, male lions reach maturity and often begin picking fights with their father. Eventually, the father grows tired of having his authority questioned and forces the younger males out of their territory. In this clip, you can see this phenomenon occur as a father and his son savagely fight for dominance. This alligator definitely messed with the wrong guy.
Get off there!
They're animals. They love each other.
You're gonna break his neck, man! Break his stuff, you're gonna break his brother's neck!
A baffled cat didn't expect to be completely outsmarted by a careless bird. This baboon should probably figure out a better escape plan next time it gets hunted by a pride of hungry lions. This praying mantis was lucky that the massive tarantula spider wasn't in the mood for fighting, as it would have easily destroyed the annoying creature. An impala who was chased by a pack of wild dogs later got stuck on a small island in the middle of a watering hole, as it then became the target of a bunch of hungry crocodiles. In an attempt to escape, the impala lunges itself into the water, with a crocodile getting closer and closer. But all of a sudden, a heroic hippo appears out of nowhere, attacking the predator and saving the poor antelope.
Wow, he's gonna be dying that
Hippos are enormous and extremely aggressive creatures that can both run and swim faster than humans. So when this young hippo challenged one of the adults in a fight, he was clever to quickly turn tail and run. This bear messed with the wrong dog and was put right back in its place. These smart lions were chasing a giraffe into an ambush where one of them was waiting to attack. But what they didn't know at the time was that they chose to mess with the wrong giraffe.
Hey, Kyle.
Yeah.
You're gonna go to sleep. You should get your
I'm not sleeping.
When a lioness is attacked by a clan of vicious hyenas, it seems she stands no
going down.
chance against them alone. But the tables quickly turn when her entire pride comes to the rescue.
They're going down.
Getting a drink of water for wild animals can be one of the most dangerous necessary tasks because of the crocodiles lurking in the water, waiting to attack their next victim. But when this crocodile tried to take down an elephant, he forgot that elephants have loyal friends that'll always back them up.
Oh,
Look.
When this buffalo was relaxing and mudbathing to avoid the midday heat, a lion thought the animal was already dead and was shocked to find out that it's still alive before they gave each other the biggest fright of their lives.
You need to have them above your heart. So the circulation goes.
This lioness definitely messed with the wrong zebra and paid the price for it big time.
You know what I mean? Get them up. It helps circulate. Or you should
and here's another zebra who delivers an unexpected kick to the face of a vicious lion.
It has gone down though.
Yeah, because you could have a heart attack.
Fine. Looks good, man.
Two giant Alaskan grizzly bears battle fiercely for dominance during mating season, where the female will choose to mate with only the winner. This bowhead whale swam into the wrong territory and messed with the wrong pod of killer whales. The orcas attacked, continuously ramming it on one spot on its side, eventually breaking its ribs and puncturing its lungs. After a vicious battle, the killer whales even started pushing it underwater to drown the poor animal. They don't call them the wolves of the sea for nothing.
Don't we have more cans in the
Due to
car?
their solid build, wild boars can inflict serious injuries to their enemies. And in this video, you can see a boar running full force towards a leopard that tried to kill its babies.
What's today's date?
23rd, I'm sorry.
Oh my gosh. Sorry, this is not this Monday.
We got a long time yet.
This guy definitely messed with the wrong bird. Hyenas are vicious animals who like to team up and bully other animals in the wild. But this hyena certainly messed with the wrong donkey.
Yeah, bag this.
Gotta bag this meat up today.
Yeah. Remind me.
When a coyote started bullying a little cat, the cat used its epic climbing abilities to its advantage and narrowly escaped death. When this cat was messing around with a snake, the cat certainly learned a valuable lesson. Confidence can often boost bird strength, and this video is a perfect example of that. Just watch how a goose fights off this baby elephant after it splashes some water on him.
Speedy. You can go, okay? You can go.
Watch how a single duck completely bamboozled 8 tigers by playing hide and seek with them in the water.
That one. Switch.
Nope. And here's a duck who also loves playing dangerous games with tigers and dove underneath the water just in time to avoid becoming their afternoon snack.
You're fine. I'm not doing anything now.
We unplug that. Plug the air in, buddy.
When a leopard went berserk in this neighborhood and attacked a man, these dogs teamed up against the vicious animal to protect their owners.
Why can't I plug it in the script?
There.
Yeah, so they're connected to the script.
Yeah, that's the problem we're having.